Looks like it's about time to start. Let me just get some good final stretches in. Alright. All nice and limber, all nice and awake. All nice and hello. This game. Goodbye music. Cool music from what is possibly the final deduction game. Could we possibly get more? Maybe one more Shomes and Mikotoba tap dance phenomena? No, just straight to trial. Okay. But it's a final case. It's a very final trial of the game. We've had a part 1. We've had a part 1 in the previous trial. The part 1 here. Then investigation, with Shomes and Mikotoba reunited, getting to play their song and dance themselves. And then trial 2. So this could be the proper second half of it. But it is also the conclusion of a 2-game pairing with plenty of... what is it? Plenty of hints and threads that have been alluded to but haven't yet all come together conclusively. So I really don't know. This could be the last day of this. And we finish this in 5 or 6 hours, or could be 3 days real time. Hold on. Got the itchy nose just then, as soon as they go live. Chief Justice, don't act like you aren't describing your own organization. I still believe it. At its heart, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Even if Gregson is involved in the Reaper organization, he's not the heart. He is not the mastermind, the centerpiece of all this. Just like with Genshin, he is throwing somebody else under the bus to take attention away from his own crimes. Pigeons, pigeons, pigeons. With Resolve title drop. You know what? If we take Naruhodo as thematically dressed in black and Kazuma thematically dressed in white, Van Zeke's here is kind of a mix of both, isn't he? Like, very prominently both. What, now we care about conflict of interest? Like, sure, Kazuma might be involved in an assassin organization, but we've had jurors who are very close related to the case, either friends or couples, or even the actual guilty party. By one day. Is that to say that this really is going to be the last day of the trial? expose everything. Your whole life for the last 10 years. You see, he is after revenge, but nothing as petty as going after Gregson, forfeiting the autopsy, or Van Zeeks, filming the prosecutor. No, he is going straight for the Chief Justice. Watch my words. Or who knows, he could be after everybody. The prosecutor, who prosecuted his dad. The inspector that authorized the autopsy. The Chief Justice that represents the court system. It could be a whole organization execution. Yeah, you don't recognize Kazuma's conviction? Is it new music? Or has the bass since playing just made me forget? Is it gonna be G Goku himself? Of course it'd be. That's the whole point of the To Be Continued yesterday. Couldn't find him, bring him back to Britain to be the next witness. Alright, this has gotta be where we clear up Gregson's purpose. There's no way that Gregson is actually an assassin. He's got Kazuma's laugh. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, don't forget. Personally invited by the Chief Justice. Sure, the Chief Justice was a mentor of him in the past, during his stay in Britain 16 years ago, but do you think, maybe, that the Chief Justice invited Jigoku specifically, also to execute him? As part as one, his demonstration of the worth and grandeur of his new forensic science, and also because he is a murderous madman? A young murdering student. But that's a good thing, right? Jigoku, why do you have words of hostility there, full of self-importance? He's a lawyer. On the bench, he's supposed to be self-important. Oh no, he's got secrets. He's protecting somebody. He's protecting Kazuma, I know it. Whatever he had to do, he had those government communications with the names of assassins and their victims. And he probably believed Kazuma to be Gregson's victim. Unrelated to this case. But your case is related to this one. Well, no. Because the possibility that he shot Gregson, so he would be directly related to this case of who shot Gregson. Never met the man, nor know the first thing about him. Objection just presented right now. That's false. We have proof, we got the receipts. It could be made that your testimony, that you don't know the guy, so you can't testify. So commence cross-examination. As evidence, come on. Let me contradict him right here, right now. Resolved again. This came out, what, 2017? So they're bending over backwards to say something else other than determination. What proof do we have? Good, so we can't just present it right away. T. Gregson, delivered to Judge Jigoku's office.
Take that!
Look, it's not illegal spying if you do it to another country. We're totally authorized to retrieve this communication. You don't know, Kazuma? You don't know? Because the Chief Justice would groom you to be his international assassin. I do believe that has to be a misconception. A. Shin was an assassin, yes. Wilson was a victim, yes. But I think Gregson and Asogi were flipped. That the Chief Justice wanted to get his hands on Asogi and feed him information about how Gregson is responsible for his father's death to get Asogi to kill Gregson. Either because Gregson is getting too close in his Reaper investigations, or it wouldn't be petty vengeance for Gregson one-upping the forensics investigation team, because this has been in the workings for at least a year. And if we want to count the troll letter that Kazuma received as a child as part of this process, then it's probably more likely that Gregson was a target, because he's too investigative and might find out the truth about the Chief Justice's activities sooner or later. Or the Rod Assassins, past, present, and future. Wilson from the past outlived his purpose, Kazuma for the future. That's not it. Assassin sent from Japan. Victim was Gregson. I think that has to be closer to the truth, because there's no way Gregson's dirty. Kazuma probably didn't know yet, since the influence the Chief Justice is putting over him is probably more subtle. Pair of individuals. They're really going to suggest that Jigoku is in cahoots with the Chief Justice. Maybe the Chief Justice was his mentor back upon a time. So it's possible that he fed Jigoku justice training with really corrupt and bloodthirsty justice, but that wouldn't be right, from what we've seen of Jigoku's rulings in the past. I think that Jigoku receiving this telegram was probably a warning. Especially since one assassin was on his soil, and two other individuals. One was killed, one's about to depart. It's a shame he didn't get any communications prior to or after the receipt of this telegram so you can get some context around it. What? No, he didn't know. He also said that he didn't do any killings, and he left the boat to spend the night in Dunkirk. Maybe he had to accept because of pressure from the Chief Justice. And didn't choose to do it in the end. But then, right, if Gregson was the victim, the target of the assassination, then that contradicts the prosecution's assumption that Gregson was a... what is it? A central figure of the Reapers? Yeah, but Kazuma, you're the one who said that Gregson was behind the Reapers. If he's behind the Reapers, he's probably not the target of the Reapers. It's possible, but it's not the direct assumption. I can't log back to yesterday, but I'm pretty sure that he's the one who said that Gregson was a tactician and would travel about the targets with the assassin in tow. All you gotta do, Jigoku, is testify, and we'll clear all this up. Was in Jigoku's cabin. Yeah, but he's a Supreme Court Justice judge in Japan, on top of being the Minister of Foreign Affairs. What is contempt of court going to do in a British court? They'll just send him back to Japan, won't they? And they're not going to put the Japanese Minister of Foreign Affairs behind bars in Britain. 14 minutes in. And first, cross-examination. More like 20. Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission. Is that really true then? Was he actively... Kazuma was assigned is a lot different than Kazuma chose. Or that Kazuma knew. I don't know. It's not kind of hard to believe. This, I do believe. That Gregson was a target. But I think I can trust Jigoku in saying this. Maybe he was aware of the assassin exchange. Maybe he did have a hand in facilitating it. Oh no, not at all times. That's where it falls apart because we have the evacuation itinerary 20 whole minutes after 10 p.m. for anything to happen, for bodies to be moved, everything to be unguarded, all crime legal. No, he wouldn't have. I guess we have to accept that then. That's confirmation. He can't discuss it, but it's true is what he's saying. It's easy to judge. Jigoku, does that mean anyone can replace you now? Yeah, that's why I think it's coercion. He was fed poisoning letters since childhood. And then he went onto that, being put under a Chief Justice who has all the tools and means of manipulation. Your counterpart, isn't it obvious? It has to be his mentor from 10 years ago. The very man I've been suspecting from the very start. No, it is related, because the two of you went to the Groose, then something happened. Alright, this is too easy to link. We have the fire evacuation drill to prove that nobody would have heard any violent attacks or anything. We have the top of Gregson's watch, the crown, to prove he was there. Oh, don't act so innocent, Strongheart. You are my prime suspect, always have been. Controlled everything. Steering the culpability closer to the Chief Justice's court. Be that as it may, just brushing it off. Uh-huh. Don't think I don't see what you're doing here. See, maybe he's right. Maybe this isn't the case. We pursue the villainous assassination change plot. That's why I thought that the fourth case is going to be some big thing of its own, and then case 5 was all going to be the Chief Justice on trial. It's also, I don't think this is going to end today. There's no way it can. It's going to be like 4 or 5 solid hours, just pulling teeth to hint that the Chief Justice himself is the prime dog involved. And then another 4 or 5 hours of the Chief Justice himself in the witness box. Which means maybe there will be one more chance for a song and dance with Sholmes and Mikotoba. One more final investigation? I don't know. Because the investigation they had felt pretty final. Two legends together again for one last time. Doing one final deduction game with no tricks, no playing around, no examination, just Mikotoba's expert eyes pulling out evidence as it comes up.
Hold it!
So I don't think they're gonna repeat it. As on an assassination mission. I mean, I guess that's not too dissimilar from how intelligence agencies just pick people up at college sometimes. You know, job fairs, you want to work for the CIA, the FBI, blah blah blah. If he knew the mark, if he knew this was a chance to avenge his father, who was killed in England 10 years ago under the pretense of being a murderer. Had no choice but to accept. Politics. Acknowledges no part. Who knows? Maybe that's true. Maybe Britain had no part, as far as the state and the government goes. And all this is... what is it? Is Strongheart's cell? His own splinter faction for a more bloodthirsty justice system? Including international reach in assassinations that benefit him? Because how does Japan benefit from this? Japan benefits by having a student go overseas to study law in a civilized place. Whereas the Chief Justice benefits by getting 2 freebie assassinations, basically. So the Chief Justice definitely has a better deal.
Hold it!
Most capable. What's his history? And yet, we could have given Kazuma his father's final will and testimony. And he's like, I don't care about this, just show me in court if it's important. When he says betraying people's trust, he means betraying people's trust to assume him to be a cooperative assassin. See? I think there are two reasons. The reason they want to present is because Kazuma has a personal vendetta due to Gregson's involvement in the Professor case. Having pushed for the autopsy, but in truth, it's because Gregson was doggedly pursuing the Reaper himself. But it does. Two people directly related with the assassination exchange are tied to him being dead, to Gregson being dead.
Hold it!
He did. Technically, Naruhodo continued on the journey and has been destroying the Chief Justice's law system, case after case. Well, different ways to get revenge. And this is the 8th Attorney series, so the capital T true is a go-to. Chief Justice pushing all this assassin talk under the rug again. No connection to the man or his death. Liar.
Hold it!
Different ship entirely. That was a Burya. Oh, liner operators, plural. Every cruise operator in the entire world responded to one murder on one ship. They did up with Gregson, then left him there and left the ship. Nah, we're gonna tie it back to Jigoku. The thing is, do I press it on here? Or the crewman would have heard it, except he wouldn't because drill. Or push it here. Cause on duty, outside cabin, at all times. It has to be the at all times.
Objection!
Hey! See what you get for hiding in a box that whole time. Didn't hear what was going on? Couldn't prevent us from gathering more evidence? "20 whole minutes with nothing guarded, nothing protected."
Objection!
Does it amount to nothing? It's a whole 1/5 an hour. 1/5? No, 1/3 an hour. Yeah, Kazuma. Kazuma, sweetheart, that's called lying. Decisive evidence? Okay, sure. We got the bullet hole. We got the broken watch part. Evidence to prove it, that he was killed in the cabin. That would be the watch part then, because that ties Gregson directly to the cabin. The sword. At some point, I think I do have to present the sword erroneously, but no, it's this.
Take that!
Which means, for whatever reason, Gregson's watch has two methods for winding it then. The crown winds, right? And moved. The ship's freezers.
Objection!
Maneuvered. Don't tell me that you're gonna claim that that crown could have come from any pocket watch. Wrong to acquit me earlier this year. That is venomous. Jigoku, no, you're a good guy. Stay good. He's turning sinister on me. He's gonna blame Kazuma. I bet at this point he's gonna blame Kazuma to protect his own neck. I don't want to believe that the Chief Justice planned so far ahead to get Jigoku on the bench to be executed for whatever purpose. But I think he might be taking an opportunity to maybe hush up Baiko Conspirator. That is assuming, of course, that Britain has the authority to try and execute a foreign sovereign government's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Waving his gun at you. sound logic. His body was found in X, ergo he died in X. There's no such thing as moving bodies around. It's not like the Groose was returning to Britain the very next day. The flaw in my logic is assuming that either of these two guys are going to tell us the full truth on their own. Again. So he was both the Reaper's tactician and the target? Is what you're saying? No involvement. We've already proved that he spoke to the witness on that night. They met, they interacted. Okay, that's just farce. He really is speak with pure venom now. Sorry, Jigoku. I had faith in you, but I guess you're a bad guy after all. Unless he's really just playing up his part, I doubt that.
Hold it!
Trenchcoat, mustache, bag of chips. All you need. Yeah. And is the shipmate going to argue with somebody holding two swords at his hips, Lloyd style? Unless, what if that cabin? No, I was gonna say what if that cabin was Gregson's cabin? But that can't be right, because Mikotoba himself confirmed that he had one cabin, and Jigoku had the other, that we investigated. I was trying to link it back to the case, that maybe that was Inspector Gregson's room, and his travel case was there, and a scuffle happened, hence also the sword marks on the case.
Hold it!
But nah, Mikotoba's words discounts that. Didn't know his name. You were in Britain 10 years ago for 6 years solid. And Gregson was a significant part of the trial that you two were involved in.
Hold it!
Again, we just confirmed the crewman was gone for 20 minutes. Really? Maybe without knocking? Can we add that to the testimony? Because he was supposed to be gone. I'm not gonna add that statement.
Hold it!
Soon saw to that, Kazuma, are you hinting? Soon could mean the day after, the initial time the cause of death was assumed, or the time of death was assumed. Or he could be saying soon, after being thrown. There is a bullet hole in the wall. But Sholmes and Mikotoba couldn't tell us about the bullet hole to add it as evidence. Oh, it's gonna mention it. The obvious bullet hole to the wall. Just straight up gonna deny it. There is no bullet hole in Ba Sing Se. I had to return to Britain because body was found in London. I want to contest that, but I can't. We have at the time of death as intermediate, and could have been disguised. We have nothing that mentions that the fish and chips was already starting to decay.
Hold it!
In a box in your very large suitcase, which we just confirmed can hold a living human being of your stature. So, if you were to shove a dead human being with no regard for his comfort, it'd be so much easier. No, they can move. You can totally move them. You have N transforms, for nature itself does the moving around of parts and artifacts. You got C transform, when it's human hands doing it. Yeah, move the body, easy as. With his hands. In his luggage, your clothes are sprawled all over. You already purchased a return ticket. Luggage is inspected. Is it truly? Even for visiting dignitaries? The jacket wasn't frozen. We know that because the fish and chips inside began to decay. It'd be ridiculous, though, to take the thawing Inspector Gregson out of the box, dress him up, and present him as your sleeping buddy hanging off your arm, hanging off your shoulder. We've already established, though, that Judge Jigoku is capable of bribing people to look away. so he could have simply bribed a border inspection person. Alter the testimony. Do it. Give us something new. No possible way. Could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. That is a lot easier to work with. I don't have the freezer on file though. Gregson's trunk? There's no way it's Gregson's trunk. It's not big enough. I mean, look at this. Look at the size of the handle. This is a handbag size thing, basically. Just a little bit bigger than that. See? It's small enough for a couple of bottles, a couple of notebooks, some folded clothes, and the passport. If this is body size, that passport is huge then. See, was it in here? So yeah, I don't think I have evidence. Maybe what I do is just press it and hope you get a chance to say, what was it then? You know, the third, how was the meetings? Nah, no evidence. No evidence, nothing to do but press.
Hold it!
Symposium guest driven, so that applies even the symposium guests. Foreign judges and inspectors all would have also been inspected. Possibility then that Gregson was in the luggage in the hotel right next to us as we were talking. Is that going to be evidence? Hold on, because we have this photo here. Oh no. Oh no. The client upped their budget and signed a small one. Cool, cool. Glad to hear it. But oh no. I was wondering why this photograph entered our evidence. It's simply a picture of Judge Jigoku, Naruhodo, Susato, and Professor Nikitoba standing around for a family portrait, and I was like, how is this possibly evidence? There's nothing suspicious or weird about any of this. And I have to point out that yeah, Gregson was right here the whole time. Susato having fun times with Papa, Naruhodo being introduced to his father-to-be, his uncle-to-be, and all the while Inspector Gregson right here in the corner. Right here in the tight box, losing out his lifeblood. Hey, Crab Boy. I think that's what they want. I think they want me to tell them that Gregson was so much closer than they thought. 5 people in the photo. It's a proper ghost story. A dead guy who only shows up in the picture. A corpse over your shoulder. No, right beneath it. Some clever device they have is called luggage. A job interview. Basically, an adult Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, wait, that's right, you mentioned that. That's that kind of arcadey place you and your friends went to before, right? At first, Crabboy, I have to confess, when I read adult Chuck E. Cheese, my initial interpretation was a lot more different. I was thinking Chuck E. Cheese, but adult. And let's be honest, that is a market that has not been tapped yet. Now there's potential. Furries and fursuits are a lot more acceptable these days. Get your liquor license. You have a fine dining establishment that has pizza, greasy pizza, cheap beers, a couple of arcade games, and skimpy interpretations of fursuits. Not even fursuits. Like colorful fur. Like Hooters, but fur. And maybe with animal masks. Maybe one or two can have big old mascot heads on, just for the juxtaposition of sexy and creepy. Crabboy, this idea is brilliant. I can't believe nobody saw this before you. Like there's a popular restaurant in China that has the server that kind of dresses in period outfit with a fox mask and does like gimmicks where she like cuts open the bottles as a performance piece. It don't be too different. It's animal motif servers with gimmicks, just not that. That is building up. The future crowd that grew up on Five Nights at Freddy's. Crabboy, you're a genius. Yes, it would have been moved. No Hooters Chuck E. Cheese. But consider Crabboy, the Hooters cinematic universe. You have Hooters, then Femboy Hooters. Then, coming next to a city near you, Furry Hooters. Special circumstance. Yeah, the special circumstance is the luggage was put in the freezer. That's probably why he was able to put the body in the freezer. Muscular ladies that serve and then exercise around the bar. That does sound fun. Alright, Crabboy, thanks for dropping in. Nothing to do with the murder. No possible way he could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. By absolute providence, this picture just so happens to include only Jigoku's luggage.
Objection!
It changed the music, that's the right answer. Only you could do, because you have such a massive luggage. Minister, didn't I mention that he'd have some sort of ability to pass through without getting his luggage inspected because of his diplomatic status, because of his position in the government? There's anecdotes about notorious weed-loving celebrities traveling at the same time as politicians and be like, hey, could you carry my bag for me? Because the weed in the politician's bag is not going to get inspected. Exempt from having his luggage searched. passport checks, luggage searches took a rather long time. Envious of your ministerial status, didn't have to go through any of that. I forgot all about that, honestly. When I was musing, doesn't he get exemption from having to be inspected? I forgot about this. Jealous that you can't smuggle bodies into Britain. If only he put his suitcase off to the side before taking the photo, we wouldn't have the evidence we need. But he had such a happy smile on his face. I was musing how the upper half of his face, from his eyes to his eyebrows to his hairline, was very Phoenix Wrighty in design, and all this time he was a devil. But a grown man's body can fit inside. Well, guess what, Strongheart? We have seen with our own eyes that Judge Jigoku, mountain of a man as he is, could fit inside. See, he hasn't got legs. There's bending your legs to fit, but maybe it's simply the way. The trench coat folds over because it's part of his body model as a character, as a polygonal character, but it really looks like his legs had to be physically compressed vertically to fit all of him. Like, the more I look at it, the more it looks like it's just a trench coat folding and being weird. But it really does look like he's a Wind Waker character here. Like, 4/5 of his body is body, and the last 1/5 is knees below. Maybe if, I don't know, if his coat was sagging below his legs, or below him, and not folding with his ass, following the curve perfectly, because it really does look like it, like he hasn't got legs. He did say he was going to go visit the town and such. And now we know that is a lie. Somebody saw somebody in a red wig enter the flat in Fresno Street with luggage, and then Van Zeke's right after. This, even the wig is faked. So, the witnesses noticed the wig that Jigoku was wearing, but not the massive beard on him. Such as one on the ship, the Groose. Strongheart, don't be stupid. Don't you go say there's no electric refrigeration on Fresno Street or near. Cause we just established the body was murdered on the ship. On the ship. Fresno Street is not going to come into the equation. Good. Cutting him off before he says it. And all this time, Kazuma has been very polite and quiet. Excuse me, Chigoku, going from I regret acquitting you because you're an idiot to it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark. That's right, he pulled some strings to get me on too, I think, didn't he? Didn't he? I forget. Either way, though. No, he didn't, otherwise why would we have to stay in the wardrobe for 2 weeks? From venom to praise, Jigoku, quit giving me whiplash. Is that confession time? Where was the victim killed? Yeah, in your cabin. Didn't we already establish this? What if he was killed on Fresno Street? What if he was merely flipped in the cabin, shoved into the suitcase, stored in the freezer? Maybe, maybe not. But either way, shoved into the suitcase, locked in, and then dragged across the sea to the hotel, and then to Fresno Street. And then he may or may not have been alive, since the box is implied to be airtight, so he might have suffocated. Is that an angle? That he might have suffocated, and in an airtight box, there wouldn't be any sun exposure, any oxygen getting in to start the decaying process? And then if he was taken out and shot then everyone outside would have heard it. But it would provide for the blood. Maybe the reason that there is blood on the side here and the big gash on the other side is because it was forced open to retrieve something else to spill around as blood? No. No, because Jigoku came alone. Kazuma was not involved. One person came in, then Van Zieks came in. There was no one person plus accomplice. Well, then what about the prosecution? What about his accusations? We have proof that fireworks went off. So where was the second gunshot? Onus of evidence is literally on the prosecution here. Toss it back at them. Another piece of evidence in our possession. Evidence clearly contradicts the claim that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot on the scene in Fresno Street. Time of death indeterminate. Shot at chest from close range from the front. Instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or is there a slight bluish tinge to his fingertips? Is that just a shading, the lighting, the coloration? Or is that actually supposed to be evidence that yes, his fingertips have gone a light shade of blue because he was frozen? No, I'm looking too much into it. Police business? No. Travel case, maybe? The travel case is a gash with a sword. And blood. Clint's autopsy. I don't know.
Take that!
Oops, no! I meant to press T, not R. Why do they put the log button and the present button so close together? Yes, thank you, Suzato. Instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. I just want to go to the log so I could read that again. Inspector Gregson instantly died when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Instantly died. Shot. Fresno Street. Instantly died, shot, Fresno Street. Well, the whole wig thing, though, was kind of out of place. If he was accosted on the ship and then brought over in luggage. This popped out, was found separate from the body. Died instantly, Fresno Street, when shot. Accurate estimation of time of death is not possible. Bloody handprint? No, it wouldn't be the bloody handprint. It's not that Greg got blood on his hands and wiped it off, and the other guy didn't actually put his blood stain here. You see, here the coat does not perfectly follow the curve of the ass, and so when he has his whole thigh bent here at the knee to his calves, it looks a bit more natural than Jigoku in his box. What's it contradict? Are those star designs on the suitcase? And not blood seeping through? Or little tiny ghost hands pounding on the luggage? Removed from the scene and recovered by Gina. Maybe it is this. There's blood on it. This was also found on Fresno Street. So the provenance of the blood itself could be the ship or it could be Fresno Street. But the cut? If Jigoku came by himself, then maybe the cut implicates the luggage, as there having been some violent attack on the ship that maybe caused blood splatter. Passport is nothing, Clint autopsy is nothing. Pull the ears again to ask Sholmes for help. Does this change now that we know what it does? No, it doesn't. What would happen if I tugged on its ears? So even though we know now, it doesn't update. So we already know what happens if you tug the ears. Evidence contradicts the claim. Kill with the sword instead, because there's a chip on the sword. But the whole point is, that he died instantly when shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Died instantly, shot on the street on Fresno Street. Died instantly, shot on the street on Fresno Street. I don't see anything here that would discount dying instantly when shot on Fresno Street. Candle, maybe? Oh, can't be the candle. Even if we know that the candle only blew up because of the fireworks. And it can't be the fireworks. Even though the fireworks do account for the gunshots. Armband. If they take our word as a defense attorney, then our truth contradicts their lies. It is a missing crown, but the missing crown doesn't prove that he died. Luggage is what I'm thinking.
Take that!
Shaking his head. Ah. Nonsensical evidence. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street or moved there after his death? One piece of evidence that shows the answer to that question. That question being, was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street or was he moved there after death? Killed on Fresno Street or moved after death. Killed on Fresno Street or moved after death. Wig? Is it going to be the wig? Is it all going to go back to the Redhead League? presumably belongs to Inspector Gregson. Proof that he was moved. That he was moved. Don't tell me my eyes are not playing tricks on me, and I'm supposed to have enough color differentiation sense to realize there is a little bit of a green tinge to his fingers, and that green tinge means obviously he was frozen. But it could be the lighting, it could be the dithering of the colors. Can't be the papers. It can't be the photograph again, because nothing on the trunk. No blood seepage, no anything. It's not the trunk. And everything in, on, or around the trunk has already been inspected. So the presence of blood doesn't help me out. The tiny chip of the sword. Now it's different. But that doesn't give me any new insights. So either way, it's not the box. Passport? That puts him on the boat, and they confirm he was on the boat. Piece of evidence that shows the answer to was he killed on Fresno Street or moved after his death. Already been inspected. Kuruma, are you not gonna have some bloodstains on you? Nothing new here. This evidence? The Sholmes evidence? Broken watch only shows that the watch is broken. Accurate estimation of death not possible. Is already established. Caliber of gun used matches that of set at issue. Firearms for members of the judiciary. Close range from the front, instant death, scorch marks point of entry, bullet exited body from behind. Maybe that's it, because there's a bullet hole in the wall, in the cabin on the Groose. But there's no bullet hole in the wall, nor any bullet. In the flat on Fresno Street, you have the cannon that blew up from fireworks and wax splatter, but no actual bullet was found.
Take that!
Shaking his head still. Truly? But the autopsy report clearly states there's an exit wound, so where is the bullet? But we have a bullet hole on the cabin on the ship. What else do I have that could clearly contradict the claim that he was moved or was not moved? We know what the Groose is, so Blackbird line doesn't help. Only 2 penalties remain because I robbed myself at the first. Found on Fresno Street. This just tells me that recent guns have serial numbers, but older guns do not. So this would have been issued in excess of 5 years ago. And that's the only clue for the gun. Nothing about if it was used recently, if the, well, there's no bullets, so we can't compare it to the barrel. Maybe the whole candle thing, the whole candle setup. If he was killed instantly here, then why go through that whole apparatus? Nothing on this end. Is it gonna be the wig? Photograph? Maybe if this new narrative is true, then the wig is completely out of place. Maybe it is, that his fingertips do kind of look a little bit green. So it might have been thawing out, having been frozen.
Take that!
Where's the photo? The posture of the body itself, that's a weird thing? Is this like in the case with the disintegrator? That instead of saying the problem is that he was bleeding too much and that was proof that he is alive before he was killed. It's the blood is flowing the wrong direction. That means he was standing up. If he was standing up, he was alive. And we're getting to the right answer from the biggest possible detour they could have gone with. Assume he was shot standing up. If he was shot standing up and he died, he would have collapsed to the floor and would have collapsed however he did. The posture is really the issue. I mean, he died instantaneously, but instantaneously isn't an actual split nanosecond. If he had enough consciousness when he was shot to be like, ugh! That's instant. It's instant, but he still has time to reflexively hunch over and then fall in a ball. This is semantics then. We're just arguing semantics. Yeah, exactly. Are we going to assume that instantaneous death was in light speed?
Objection!
Okay, now we have to argue what instantly actually means. Maybe it's a reflex. Even if we assume that the moment the bullet tickled his skin, he instantly collapsed dead. Well, if he saw the gun aimed at him and suddenly bang, there's a report. In that split second of noise and flash, he could have gone, ugh, and then fell over dead. Instantly. Because he was shoved inside of a suitcase and frozen in that position, and thus when he thawed, he stayed in his suitcase configuration? You know what, I'll take it. I'm gonna take it. If it advances the case, we'll go with his logic. Well, it's evidence in the case, so have Scotland Yard pick it up. Goku, make up your mind. Are you damning us, praising us, or damning us?
Objection!
And he can keep lowering up and saying no, and pulling out his diplomatic status, and if he persists, there's nothing we can do to change his mind, and force his hand. Legitimate shot from Kazuma. Kazuma not know. Did bring the body, said with a mischievous grin. What's his ploy now? That you brought the body, but you didn't kill him. Uh-huh. No recollection. One other person. Oh, blaming Kasoki after all. But he's already stated that he didn't take his life. You know, maybe this would explain the blood stain on this box if this smaller box was in the bigger box with Gregson. But then why the cut? The cut is still a mystery. I'm just waiting for Jigoku to break the witness stand again. He's already done it once, 10 years ago. Well, we have to side with our best friend Kazuma. There's no way he did it. He's a swordsman, not a gunman. Where was his gun? Answer's right in front of me. Oh no. Jigoku or Kazuma? from proving? I haven't got the proof. Impossible! Please give it a speech. Speech means right answer. But they got the game music out. That means the killer... Well, okay, sure, Jigoku might have killed Gregson. But there's that's a mystery about the Reaper itself. It has to be the Chief Justice. I refuse to believe that Gregson is dirty and the Chief Justice is clean. That's impossible. The impossibility of Asogi's involvement. Oh no. What if... What if somehow... Also this mix. What if somehow... Jigoku tried to kill Kazuma with a gunshot, and then Gregson stepped in front of him to protect him, being the one good cop in London. And the blood over here on the back is because Gregson is on this side of the box, and that's the exit splatter. And Kazuma's over on this side, but then how does this fit Lego-wise? If Gregson is here, gets shot, blood splatter, and Kazuma's here, then how does Karuma get down here? Where's the box in this orientation? That's probably not it. But I am all in on Kazuma not being the killer. So what demonstrates the impossibility of the prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Sword? The sword has a tip missing? Maybe? Because he's a sword man, and he used his sword that night, and his sword is missing a tip. What broke off in the box. And Gregson killed by gun. As per the autopsy. Maybe? I don't really have any other solid proof. Broken sword, ergo he was using sword, and sword does not leave gunpowder?
Take that!
Making the evidence weep, so it was wrong? Has a role to play. Is this going to be the super rare? You're on the right track, but it's not the right answer. Try again, no penalty. Now it's a penalty. Member of the crew was on sentry duty. Is that the logic? Because I was not thinking. Present the fire evacuation drill again. That issue's done with. We've already established that there were no witnesses. So the crime could have occurred from 10 p.m. to 10:20 while the fire drill went on. What has that got to do with Kazuma? At what point was he gone? We don't have the time that he left the boat, do we? Is it that from the time Kazuma left, he was no longer in the cabin? Because for that line of thought, the only evidence is this.
Take that!
Well, that's a leap. That is a leap from Dover to France. Normally the evidence has stronger links, Was I supposed to memorize if Kazuma ever mentioned the time that he left? I mean, Kazuma did say that he left his name on the guest book registry in the hotel, but we have nothing about what time that was. It was 10 to 10:20. Put to sea from the port to Dunkirk. Ah, so he would have been off already at the hotel. Following departure from the port to Dunkirk. Okay, alright. That's a really hidden detail. A really hidden connection, I mean. So, knowing the specific time is unimportant. But... guess it comes down to the brute force, or re-examining every piece of evidence to be inspired by that key word. Because that I can see, sometimes you do just have to go through your evidence in a desperate moment and re-examine every single thing. And there I went, discounting the itinerary because we've already established the time. They can't just disembark. What about the guest book? The guest book in the hotel. We could quickly subpoena it from across the channel, then recess for one more day while we wait for Scotland Yard to retrieve it. Well, he's in the spin. That must mean it's official. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna break the bench. Hey, he's done it again. But this is so ridiculous. There's a whole case from 10 years ago with the professor with Genshin falsely accused of murder. And it's really gonna go back to he said bad words about Britain and broke the witness stand and had to pay for it and then left. Diplomatic immunity. Evade conviction, return to the homelands. does this link to 10 years ago? Was Genshin actually brought over as an assassin? 16 years. No way. This can't be the end of it. We haven't even brought the Chief Justice to justice. He's all kinds of shady. If if Jigoku's guilty of only killing Gregson, okay. But that's gotta be only half of it. That's not the full story. It can't be the full story. Personally? Well, like you said, a diplomatic immunity, so they'll simply extradite you back to Japan and bar your entry to Britain forever. Given a sham mission by the Reaper. There's my hook. They're gonna try to say, well, there you go then. Van Zieks sent him to his death. No. The game is both feet right now. The Reaper is still at large, his mystery unsolved, sitting behind the judge's bench. He's next. Put Jigoku aside until his next testimony, and put the Chief Justice on the witness stand. Reassemble the witness stand first, then put the Chief Justice behind it. Yes. No. Yes. 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 But you know who it is. You know it's not Van Zieks. You could look at him right now. Does that mean, though, that Gregson really was dirty? And really was the tactile side, the tactical side of the assassination pair, the Diana to their 47? Consider the phrasing. The Reaper gave him a sham mission. The sham mission wasn't to kill somebody. It was to inspect the smuggling operation. That doesn't mean that Gregson is actually the command and control element of an assassination team. That means whoever the Reaper is in a position of authority over Gregson. That could be the Chief Prosecutor, it could be the Chief Justice. Put him on the bench. He pulls his own gun out, and because Gregson's been in the force forever, his gun does not have a serial number. Then a reckless move. Shot at you. They let you keep. One, they issued a gun to a foreign student who was merely there as a student, as an observer. Whereas Naruhodo's, he is in the judiciary now too. And two, they let him keep it. An issued government firearm after he left. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter then that Van Zeke's lost his firearm, because apparently they don't even care. They'll give it away, they don't ask for it back. They're party favors, basically. Okay, but why Fresno Street specifically? Why did you know to go to that specific flat? So hold on, you're telling me he didn't put the body in the trunk and then put the trunk in the freezer. He put the body in the freezer, and then before the arrival in London, brought the body from the freezer to his room, to his trunk. Did he? Oh, okay. Fed information by the Chief Justice. That's where you knew where to put it. The same exact time to implicate Van Zieks, if Van Zieks was his British counterpart, the Reaper, then why would he put the body in the place where he was just about to be? Good. We got Jigoku in all sorts of trouble. Now we gotta go for the Reaper. That's part 2, right? Part 2 is go for the Reaper? A simple disguise. Huge black beard. Mop of red hair. That would be then where the case is broken open. Maybe. Maybe? Because I still don't get why the case is broken open or when. Just that it was. Maybe that's further proof for Jigoku, because why would Kazuma use Karuma as a crowbar? But then, since no second person came in, they had to have hidden in a unoccupied flat, right? All this could have been avoided if he simply put the body inside the luggage and then put the luggage in the freezer. You might ask, well, won't they notice some strange luggage in the freezer? What if they notice a body? Did nobody notice a body in the fridge? That's the great mystery of this game, like how the previous game. How did everybody move around that crowded cafe? Moving chairs around, moving plates around with nobody seeing. Everybody in the room moving something with nobody else seeing anything. Oh no, Mel Strongheart, we are not done with you. You are all too happy to have gotten rid of Gregson. while getting a guilty verdict on somebody else, on Jigoku, to satisfy your bloodlust. This is extraordinarily petty and minor. If putting Jigoku as a target of opportunity satisfies Jigoku getting an acquittal and having to pay a fee for saying bad words about Britain and breaking the witness stand 10 years ago, everybody else, murderers, corrupt, criminal masterminds, Jigoku, broke the witness stand. Tried in the coming days. Again, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan. Can't he can't he pull diplomatic immunity now? Isn't trying him in a British court for severe penalties, i.e., the gallows. Isn't that going to threaten the friendship treaty thing? Friendship and navigation? And then a bullet just before he answers. Exactly, so come on. Never set foot in your homeland again. They're really just going to try and kidnap the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan? They're really going to keep that high-ranking government official in country? And yet, what is it? Embassy staff's wife does a hit and run in Britain and gets full diplomatic protection, gets returned to the US from the UK, and denies all opportunities to send them back. But here, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is treated just the same as any petty British criminal. They have it backwards. They deport him and then bar him from ever stepping foot in the country again. But wait, this is Van Zeek's trial. This means you're damning Van Zeek's to guilt then. Strict confidentiality. So he straight up is just going to execute the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan in a secret court. Aren't there going to be diplomatic repercussions for this? At a minimum? What's wrong is we haven't put Chief Justice Male Strongheart to the gallows yet. The game is incomplete. Oh, we do remain in the dark. Who could it possibly be, that British counterpart? If Van Zeeks is innocent and thus not the Reaper. We will never know, will we, Strongheart? Don't tell me that's gonna be pursued off screen. As soon as he's declared not guilty
Objection!
and regains his freedom, he leaps across the bench, air kicks Kazuma out of his seat, and then prosecutes the Chief Justice, right? Education to be deferred? But we just established Jigoku's guilt. That's the whole thing, isn't this? Isn't this case the state versus Barak Van Zeke in the murder of Inspector Gregson? Because we got the guilty party. Kazuma, sit down. Sit down, Kazuma. Hawk sends it to Suzato. Nevertheless... Well, that's for different court cases then. This is the state versus Van Zeeks in the murder of Gregson. If you want to pull up a new investigation, go for it. But, what's the but? Chief Justice Neil Strongheart? Chief Justice Neil Strongheart? Yeah, Chief Justice Neil Strongheart. But why would he give instructions to drop the body where he himself will be found? Because he was going there that day too. No. We do have several pages of evidence that do go back to the case from 10 years ago, so yes, we do have the evidence. Well, let's do it. We have 4 more hours, maybe 5, in order to illuminate the identity of the Chief Justice and his role in all these murders for the Reaper and the Professor. The crime of being British. In session for a supplementary hearing. The ghost jury is really eerie. I like that it did give me an extra final deduction game with Shromes and Mikitoba, but I do miss the summation examinations. Could we get a to be continued first, though? for a 2 hour Zen bathroom break and to replenish all my penalties. I've only got the one penalty left. They're not gonna let me, are they? Is this gonna be a whole 4 hour block of just trial with no to be continueds, no anything? Just one penalty to pull the teeth out of the truth of the incident 10 years ago. No objections? Well, let's recess first, or I'm gonna do our hearing. Take the witness stand? It's been 2 hours. Let me take the bathroom stand first. Then we'll take the witness stand, okay? Alright, sound good? Let me indulge myself in a BRB. I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to. We cleared the case on Jigoku and Gregson, so we'll count this as an impromptu to be continued. Alright. Now court can resume. Take the witness stand, defendant. The audacity of continuing this court case without giving a BRB first. And the assassin exchange. Strongheart, what are you hoping for? There's no way that Van Zeeks, the rookie prosecutor that he was 10 years ago, was involved in the assassin exchange. Believable. Yeah. Wait, Gregson's involvement. We're still implying that Gregson was a part of the murder scheme. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Myself and Gregson would be this. Myself and Gregson. I don't know about Dr. Wilson, but here we go. They do have history. No reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Also, if the game isn't going to give it to be continued in a save point, safety save, because I do expect a game over with only one penalty. Didn't game with a recess, didn't reset my penalties, just straight into it. To take the place of our young friend who died en route? It's almost as if you could still hear Kazuma's voice. The job of the defense attorney is to be the prosecutor. Got it. And not say to defend their clients and give them a guarantee of a fair trial regardless of their guilt status. One single bullet of penalty.
Hold it!
Yeah, that's why he took a 5-year break.
Hold it!
In the 5 years he took off from being a prosecutor. Since the trial of your brother's murderer. Hence, the schism between yourself and Gregson at the present. Even though in the past Gregson and him were tight. Demanded permission. So it's not that he just broke in, he had authorization to do it.
Hold it!
Which means that it makes no sense for Van Zieks to be the British counterpart, because they weren't aware of each other's movements. No common thread exists for myself, Gregson, and Wilson.
Hold it!
Well, you just said yourself a few statements ago that you worked alongside Gregson. You ran cases together. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so that means a photograph can't be used yet. He's admitting to it. Trust nobody. Friends can betray you. Word of buy good fish and chips. Okay, the connection is not the photograph. So thank you for reminding me about Dr. Wilson's involvement as a coroner. No links exist between yourself and Wilson. No new statements, but he is commenting, hey, you might want to think about this. The Clint autopsy reports. Coroner was John H. Wilson. The victim was a Van Zieks. And Inspector Gregson did the autopsy, pushed for the autopsy. That's everyone in one case, all in one file.
Objection!
The truth that everyone's connected because everybody knows each other. It was a joke a few chapters ago, but it's absolutely true. Everybody knows everybody. But that doesn't mean he killed anyone. Plug you in. So we gotta find out what the proof was. We gotta link all the way back to who the real professor was. We gotta show Kazuma his father's will and testament, his final words. we're not going to discuss what that evidence was, since it doesn't directly tie to this case, apparently. See, Kazuma, this doesn't implicate Van Zeeks for the murder. This is detailing why you have motive to come to Japan and see all these people's heads roll. Gregson is out. There goes the man who pushed for the autopsy, which uncovered the fabricated evidence. Dr. Wilson is already dead. Courtney, having been involved as well, is behind bars for murder. Dr. Mikotoba is still free. And I doubt you want to get him. But Jigoku was out. You just need his counterpart then. And Van Zeek's a prosecutor, so that's almost everyone. Yeah, that is why everyone had to be silenced. Which is why the Chief Justice is doing all the silencing. It's like I said, who benefits from this assassination exchange? The most Japan gets is one student studying law in Britain. What Britain gets is 2 people down. I believe it. I mean, we have evidence of a huge cover-up. There's a dismissal note and everything. Is that why he broke up with the boss? Is that the mystery finally solved? That he broke up with the boss because Gregson had evidence. A closely guarded secret about the autopsy itself, too. Bear in mind, though, that Genshin Asogi has admitted to taking at least 1 life. When asked, did you kill all 5 of those aristocrats? I did kill a person, was his response. Didn't have the evidence to make it stick, and so you produced evidence. Is that really it? Good of the country. Maybe he was involved with the Reaper then. Because the whole Reaper MO is finding people who were obvious criminals but got their acquittals. So Gregson is dirty, and he's always been dirty. just following orders. So he's always been a pawn of the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice, who at the time was the initial prosecutor for this case before Van Zieks took over. And so you struck his box. In a fit of frustration, Kazuma, who was the initial prosecutor. Who did Barack Van Zieks take over from? Strongheart knows, and he's keeping mum. Because now Strongheart gets to get rid of 3 people this blessed day. Now, they're forgetting one very major detail from way back at the start of the game. So, this assassin exchange program was liaisoned between Judge Jigoku and his British counterpart. So, his British counterpart is a person associated with the legal student exchange, with the students coming to Britain. And they're forgetting already, because it's only been a year, who they had to report to upon their arrival in Britain, who they've been reporting to. That's Chief Justice. It's not even hidden. They were never reporting to Barack Van Zieks about, hey, we've arrived. In this program, the Chief Justice has been the man they approach. He's literally been the British counterpart. A reverse Phoenix Wright, this time the prosecutor, damned by evidence he did not know being fake. You do know the name of the Reaper. Come on, out with it. Let's get the Chief Justice into the witness stand. Worth noting, they've already fixed the witness stand. The person who was a prosecutor before you. Right? Right? And we get to finger him. It's harder to say, Your Excellency, the person who gave the orders was you. He had a feeling since game 1, trial 3, the true identity of the infamous Reaper. Finally, after 2 whole games, and suspecting him from the start.
Take that!
Been waiting for this moment all August. You didn't know, Kazuma? Come on, keep up with the defense. Coming all this way for his vengeance, and not even knowing who he's getting vengeance on with. Via? The most inappropriate joke. Oh no, male Strongheart. Sit your butt down and get behind the witness box. What? The man who was all forensic evidence above all things was the one who pushed for forensic evidence 10 years ago? More connections? But this is a secret closed trial, and the Chief Justice is still the Chief Justice, so he could always just force his case closed and never open it again. Formal accusal by the defense. That's what the defense does. The defense accuses people, it prosecutes. And he's gonna give me all the penalties in the world.
Objection!
The evidence is we can get the current coroner to also give testimony that her mama was coerced to give false autopsy stuff too. I guess that would be why all the people involved in the release of the professor, the executioner, the coroner, she already knew that she fabricated evidence to get him executed. And so, in a pang of sympathy, had arranged for his release and his escape from the country. Pretty nice. Can we? It wouldn't be the first time. They've summoned parrots to the benches, world-class assassins by way of a walkie-talkie, and they have summoned ghosts. There have been ghosts on the bench before. Do we have any Karain channelers in the courtroom at this time? Any Fey women from the Karain channeling technique? Can we recess when we find one in Britain? Naturally, using his position of authority to stonewall this whole case. Even if we had evidence, he is not going to recognize it. There's Van Zeeks. There's Mikotoba. Mikotoba was around back then, as was Shomes. Jigoku was also there. Jigoku was still alive. No other avenue. And then Shomes and Iris burst into the room. Someone could testify about Clint Van Zeeg's autopsy, the man who wrote the autopsy report. There's actually two people. Unless the previous coroner has been executed, she's still around. She's simply in lockup. Dr. Shi won't say anything against Strongheart, but she could. We've already made her reveal so much evidence against her will. We weakened her.
Objection!
He's so desperate and eager. Regaining his boyfriend status with his desperate and eager status. The person defense to call to the stand. And we gotta pull him over, we gotta subpoena him. Bring him and Shrooms and Iris in. That's gonna take time. So that's going to be continued, and replenishment of my poor, desperate penalties, right?
Take that!
Forensics medicine, male Strongheart. You love forensics medicine. Yeah, carries his signature. See, he's got this position, he's got this power. He could stonewall all he wants. How could we possibly tear through this? Bear in mind, the gallery is filled with advanced members of the judiciary. They're witnessing this. They have ears and eyes. Well, there you go. He's got no evidence that the Reaper, who orchestrated the student exchange, is actually Van Zeeks. Again, who did we report to in this student exchange? Your late homicidal father. Now can we give him his father's last witness testimony?
Objection!
This is where you threaten him. Does he want the spirit of the Reaper to cast his vengeance onto himself? Or does he want the protection of the court system if he testifies? You came here on an assassination exchange program? You came here to avenge your father? Do it. He's right there. Sholmes, who's popping in? Is it Gregson not really dead? Back from the dead? Sholmes. What's your late game surprise evidence?
Objection!
And he's just gonna stonewall. He's not gonna say yes. He could just tell the bailiffs to forcefully remove Sholmes and the defense, and they'll happily comply. Yeah, but he's not gonna hold himself to that. He's gonna shake his head, bang his gavel, say it's over, let's get lunch. Yeah, see, there you go. He just has to stonewall. And nothing will penetrate him. I did mention the judiciary in the gallery. Are they gonna be the final jury to summation examination on? They finally find their voice. A real poet there. Let's pull in some judiciaries as the final jury. I'm gonna shout them out with an Ordor, and then call them to a close anyway. There's no way he'll put himself into position of self-incrimination. A brief recess. We do get penalty replenishment. Won't be necessary. Do we ever get to replenish our penalties? I've only got one final bullet. So well, naturally, it's his position as shown to know everything. Find more evidence to pull in just as we need them. More rabbit ear pulling. Just one tug. I could push costume right now and he'd have 4 little thingies, little charms. The rabbit and the mouse of himself. Continue without delay. No bathroom breaks. No saves. No replenishing of your penalties. Well, I don't know. They might give a mercy save here. He's getting introspective. No, I was just gonna burst his eyes open. fill himself with his all. Or no, an action to be continued. I do get my penalties back. Full allowance restored. Alright. Already took a BRB 54 minutes ago, so just gonna continue. Foolishly. And the corner. Gory, you face this way? Maybe she has a thing for older doctors? Don't tell me. Don't tell me that this is yet another daughter of his. Suzato, Iris, and now Miss Gory here? Wait, no, she's how old? 19? But no, she precedes. She precedes Professor Migatomo's arrival. So he didn't have a little practice anatomy with the previous coroner. Therefore deemed. You mean she publicly embarrassed you, and so you don't want to see her face? And because she does have direct testimony as well, you don't want to risk bringing her on, even if you got pressure and control? Oh no, man, he remembers you. He remembers your name, and now he has your face, and now he's been reminded of your involvement. So that's your neck now, if we don't get him here and now. Oh, she wouldn't have seen the innards, poor girl. I'm just surprised that when I was looking for raids on the first week or second week, there's already somebody streaming with the Chief Justice behind the bench. And that must have taken a lot of grinding, since these streams have been long, individually and all put together. word of warning? Is this your pressure being added on? Truthfully and accurately. There's your threat. So all you're allowed to say is that you did the autopsy, that the thing Gregson wanted found was found, and if you're to say, it was probably fake. Suddenly, nope, you're expelled. Western-style sword transfixing the heart. Again, so what was it in the stomach when he was killed by duel to the heart? Stab wound to the heart, and superficial wound, something important. And yet, the deciding evidence was in his stomach apparently. Vital evidence recovered. Could it be? Do you think it was the Asogi papers? Because he did have, what's his name? He was complaining all those years ago, Caden. Where are the Asogi papers? Where are the Asogi papers? They've gone missing. And it's not these papers. It's not the Wooden Testaments. It must be something else. Because he was like, oh, what? These are right here. They're never missing. No, because those papers were found after the trial and went missing after the trial. I'm thinking maybe right. Maybe papers were swallowed and Gregson had the guy cut open before it could be digested or passed. Well, digested really. Well, don't forget Strongheart. You are being witnessed by your peers in the judiciary and the gallery. So if you deny us our right to cross-examine, enormous fees set upon them. Aha. So being stabbed by a Western-style sword does not fit the MO. Is a large dog collar around the secret Natsume trial finally going to come through? Pursue a conclusion. Bold words. You know, given that we have the social pressure of his peers in the judiciary, in the gallery, and that there is a severe conflict of interest in the presiding judge being the accused in this case, can we swap him out? Can we get any other judge in the gallery to sit on this bench? What about the other judge? The judge of the previous seven-ish cases? Six-ish cases? Yeah, six. I don't know how these guys are all okay with the accused having the power of the judge to decide the flow and the termination of the court case.
Hold it!
But he's not allowed to speculate, is he? So there were periods of time, when he couldn't see. And are we ever gonna find out what that smoking gun evidence was found in the stomach?
Hold it!
That it doesn't fit the MO? Maybe Clint Van Zieks was killed by Genshin Isogi as a fair duel, because he does admit to one killing. He did. In a closed trial, in a sham closed trial, that he wasn't going to win anyway because, as we found out, faked evidence. And yet, we do have a giant dog collar with the letter B on it. That was the treasure of the thief slash murderer who was staying in Mr. Garadeb's house. Stolen off an aristocrat. Possibly. Could mean the Lord Chief Justice.
Hold it!
She represents Mama. Nothing of note internally. A full-on confession of the crime was composed by the victim and then swallowed in the hopes that someday somebody would cut him open. But
Hold
what
it!
was a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence? Did he swallow a dog collar? Did he swallow the entirety of the big, large dog collar? Sparkly and round with a hole. A ring? So it's like that scene then in My Best Friend Wedding, where the ring gets stuck, and he removes it by putting the finger in his mouth and drawing the ring out. And they think it's romantic, Clint and Genshin, until Clint accidentally swallows a ring. Is that what happened? That wasn't mentioned in the Road Testament, was it? Any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London delivered to my son. But again, that would have been after the trial. This is produced during as evidence. So how'd the ring get into his stomach then? How'd this ring get from Genshin's finger to Clint's stomach? From the evidence locker. That's pretty big. So again, what is the narrative for how this massive ring got into his stomach? Didn't witness the moment it was extracted. So that would have been when Gregson came in, fabricated evidence, and hey, look what we got here. You just missed it. Just hiding. Not the only one who could stonewall. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Zieg's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. And the guy's already decayed, so we can't go into... No. We don't have to exhume him to cause a very nasty scratch. And yet... no internal trauma anywhere in the body. So sure, maybe it was found in the stomach. Because he dropped it there. Made the incision, plopped it in, look what we have here. Maybe he didn't even do all that. I guess he would have, to make it look all greasy and stomach digesty. Cut the stomach, roll it around for a bit, and then be like, Mikotoba, look what I found. Yes, let's examine it too. doing some fairly serious damage. That doesn't add to the evidence description, but it does give more to think about. Okay, there are lines on the ring, so if we compare the bullets to the rifling in the ring, the one time they'd say, you better examine this, there's nothing to examine. Posthumously identifying his assailants. No. 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 No other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. And then I present the ring.
Objection!
Every time Din opens another game, which he does 5 times an hour, it pops up during a certain beat in the game, and I think, is that a new achievement? But no, just Din swap between games, Din guns and tab. Din, pick a game already! How do I stop that on Steam? How do I keep Steam from showing me all the different activities? And when you shift tab to open the Steam page, the overlay, it defaults to your friend list right there front and center. How to disable the friend list and the friend activity?
Objection!
You just said my point, that other than the ring, nothing was noted internally. There's no big scratches or the big flaws on the big ring. You mean to swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and resolve. A resolute man. Yeah, and if he did, it would have left scars all over his esophagus. And he couldn't simply say as much, because if he did, the Chief Justice would have expelled him. Kazuma, are you forgetting your boss? Lording over us? Literally? So, Professor Wilson was dirty, and willing to go along with this, probably wasn't coerced. Probably was thinking along the lines of Gregson, that we all know he did it. We all know that funny Japanese man is a true killer. We just don't have the evidence. Here's the opportunity to provide evidence, and put the obvious criminal behind bars, thus damning an innocent man. And so the coroner, who was sympathetic, and conspired to release him, would be Gory's mother. right? No, don't apologize. Push back. Go ahead, write it down. Nuh-uh, you write it down in your handwriting. Aww. Chief Justice, you gotta get her one. Add it to the budget before your own arrest. What do you mean you don't think so? I thought your whole thing was forensics. Forensics. And brutally murdering people you decided are guilty. She is going to have so much fun messing around with the Chief Justice's internal parts after his hanging. An earlier incident in which you and your friend were attacked and the ring was made off with, right? Oh, you could just barely see the ring on his hand. Just barely. On the hand over by Van Zeke's waist. Don't tell me that the ring took the impact of the bullet and flew off his hand in such a way that preserved the physical integrity of the ring, but scraped it off his finger. I mean, if he was in lockup, they could have just taken the ring off him. And since Gregson is a police, provide that ring to the coroner. No big conspiracy or plan needed.
Objection!
I mean, Kazuma, he was a prosecutor. He was avenging his own brother. But he wasn't the initial prosecutor. He used bad evidence, but he wasn't the one who produced the evidence, didn't know about it. I get it, you're angry, you want to avenge your dad, but The focus of
Objection!
your revenge is in the judge's seat. He's right there. Focus man. Ooh, the fabrication definitely exists. And what contradiction is that? I'm sure he would have. I'm sure he might have pleaded in bed. And even Jigoku begged so hard to plead his case that he destroyed the witness stand. Quietly accepted his judgment with his eyes closed. That's how I know he's not guilty, because 8th attorney killers always freak out and flail every time the truth is discovered and they get their guilty verdicts. Is it very strange, Susato? Oh, that's because you don't know. You haven't been tried as a foreigner or minority in a corrupt court system that decides your guilt ahead of time. Genshin could have been aware that there's nothing he could have done to sway the court to his side, especially since it is a closed court. It's already extremely shady. No, that is not an obvious conclusion. Other possibilities is that he actually did kill Clint in an honorable duel, given a sword to the heart, superficial external injuries indicative of a duel, and so he was willing to accept the guilt for that murder. Or maybe some other pressures. Maybe his family back home was threatened. With deep sadness, I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge I never see my homeland family again. Regret nothing about my chosen path. No, no. It could mean that, among many other likely things.
Objection!
He's composed himself. Has he found his own resolve? Finale, the resolve of Kazuma Sogi. A giant hole in his father's stomach. That he knows it's fabricated evidence and thus has no chance of being able to fight back in the first place.
Objection! Objection!
all that evidence pointing to his boss, and I knew it was the Chief Justice just by looking at the guy. And he's known him for 10 years. At least. The reason for his father's silence in this trial could have been the phrasing of his last will and testament. Might imply that. His escape. There's nothing else. It has to be the Asogi papers.
Take that!
No, not the papers yet. At least I got all my penalties back. Maybe for Karuma then, to get the sword back to Japan. Clemency? To possibly explain his silence in court. Maybe the escape, he takes the fall and then is allowed to escape. And then that night somebody shoots him anyway. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank prior to his execution. I don't know if I can connect that though. This photo on the very huge leap that because he was friends with Clint, who was a brother of the prosecutor, who was tearing up in court over his brother's death, exchanged one life for the other. For the sake of Jigoku and Mikotoba, maybe? To explain his silence in court. That isn't his last will and testament. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. Little and ring fingers of the right hand. Had ink stains, red ink stains. Does anything we have red ink? Nothing about the color of the ink. Looks swampy black here with one single red mark. Wait, is this? It is. They all use the same stationery. Proof of silence, the rabbit maybe? The Shom's rabbit? Passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't think of all too much, maybe it is a sword. We admit to the guilt, and in exchange the sword goes back.
Take that!
No. So it's not the sword, it's not the last will and testament. Maybe it is his escape because he thought he was going to go free anyway. Is it the escape? We got the notice of dismissal because the professor criminal was going to escape anyway. But that's really flimsy. For me, it's now down to dismissal notice to make a connection to his coming back from the grave, or his friends. Do it for his friends. His friends?
Take that!
Not his friends. He didn't do it for his friends. If he knew it was fabricated. What if it's the autopsy report then? Another possibility. If it's fabricated evidence, then that means the autopsy report is wrong, which means that Professor Mikotoba is going to be in hot water. So he accepts the evidence for Mikotoba's sake. Is that it? Because Professor Mikotoba actually penned the report?
Take that!
No. It's not that. So, it's not his last will and testament, it's not his friends, it's not the sword. What is it? Because the promise of escape?
Take that!
It is a promise of escape. Multiple collaborators. The executioner, at least one coroner. The coroner, which was Gory's mother. Possibly Kaden, but not Vigil. Vigil, I have no idea. Vigil is a patsy sacrificed to cover it all up. And Strongheart, you can't allow that, so at the time when he was allowed to break free of the grave, he popped up with the gun. New witness? Could I get it to be continued? To replenish my stock of penalties one more time? And why not? We've summoned the primary assistant to the coroner, we summoned the secondary assistant's daughter. Sholmes and Iris have been very busy the past couple of days. So Sholmes' efforts are being brought to light, but Iris's are still unknown. I don't think I'm gonna get it to be continued though. I think this is going to be the final leg from save all the way to the end. And all of it with only one penalty remaining in the budget. No penalties remaining, truthfully. Vigil, please, your lip is missing. Aww. Yeah, but this time we're going to audit it because it was fake evidence. Somebody's of influence. Was follow orders. Maybe in this case there is some clemency if there was big government involvement. Then they could happily sweep it under the rug that all these people arranged for the Japanese citizen to return to Japan. The court itself is in contempt. From the prosecutor's office. When you say prosecutor's office, Van Zeeks? No way. Because even if Male Strongheart was removed as a prosecutor of the case, he's still in the prosecutor's office. Oh, this is part of the sham trial, isn't it? You tell the guy that you have a plea deal going on, you'll accept the guilty verdict, and you'll have this big escape plan, so you can flee back to your family. And that he gets everyone involved here, the little peons of the prison, to arrange things for his escape. And so he gets a guilty verdict. He gets to tell the whole world that they found the professor and executed him. You get the easier trial because the guy's not going to resist. And then, the night he comes out, bullet to the chest. And put the plan into action behind the scenes. So you were deeply involved, and yet put all the blame on him. I can take all this at face value and say, yes, he's telling the truth. Because it all tracks so far. Dunno, laddie, just came to the prosecutor's office. That's two possibilities. Not speculation. The prison governor just said that he was following orders from the prosecutor's office. You fail to see how there's any pertinent information. They just confessed. They just confessed to following orders from the prosecution to release the guy. We don't even need to cross-examine, just take it as truth. Take it as truth, and my case is helped.
Hold it!
Ergo, could only have been. Oh, don't say that. You just said it was official. Higher up the ladder then to the prosecutor's office. But you can't say who it might have come from.
Hold it!
Sorry, Vigil, but that's absolutely correct. But at the very least, Gregson knew, and so he took care of you once he found out that you're on the streets voluntarily. Well, the coroner, of course. Come on, the coroner had to. Dr. Stevens, escort me.
Hold it!
Everything was unusual, not denying it.
Hold it!
Anyone who might know something but refuses to speak, guaranteed direct pressure from the Chief Justice.
Hold it!
I do believe it was. Maybe he didn't know himself that that was part of the plan, but that probably was a termination of it. Get the guilty verdict easily, arrange for his escape, and then kill him. Although, let's be honest, in today's day and age, all they gotta do is make the empty promise for the guilty verdict. It's why we have so many plea bargains. Just cooperate,
What does this
admit to this.
Excuse me.
Alright there, buddy. Ooh-ah. Use that thing again. Really? I mean, it just means that everyone is an honorable liar here. They could have just lied. And, lied about getting him an escape for going with the guilty verdict. And then leave him behind bars in an iron mask forever. But then again, I guess killing him would silence him. Easier to have a corpse than an individual who could someday testify. It is treachery of the worst kind, but we are dealing with criminals of the worst kind. We get the true Asogi papers, where the true Asogi papers illuminate all this. Doesn't quite add up, because Asogi did provide a final will and testament. So, whether or not there was a deal, Asogi did not expect to survive and come out alive. The Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. And now I spend my final point of penalty. Did he have something to bargain with involving his friends, his last will and testament, his sword to go back to Japan, his ring? There are so many possibilities that could fit.
Hold it! Objection!
The hard evidence is the lack of any scarage in the oesophagus. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargain at all. His silence. Right? There's an autosave. I saw the autosave icon, so if I do fail here... Armed with something. Armed with something. Armed. Armed. It makes you think it's a sword, but really, it's his final weapon. The only weapon he has left. Right? Right? I gotta pee. And I doubt I'm gonna get a save any place further, so giving myself a BRB. Enjoy Ryunosuke Naruhodo thinking to the music. Alright, no more staring at Naruhodo Ryunosuke. Thinking to the music. Compelled him to agree. Something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Keep digging until we find the problem. Directives came from the prosecutor's office. Assign convict to Chief Warder Vigil. Put the plan into action behind the scenes, responsible for Sogi right up to the night of his execution, but know nothing of any plot. Then I know that there is some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. The Japanese fellow didn't have anything to bargain with. Didn't have nothing to bargain with. Is it the papers? He accepts a guilty verdict and in exchange upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. With deep sadness, I accept my fate to this foreign land and the knowledge that I'll never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path.
Objection!
The music stopped, so I can only assume this is correct. Unless they're pulling their own double cross on the last trial, and give it the old switcheroos, where you think you're getting the correct music beats to confirm your choices, only for penalty game over. And so he composed a final weapon. And yet he was, though, and yet he was betrayed. which Caden wouldn'tly let us have. He just gave it to us. No shenanigans, no sneakiness. Or no, I guess he did. Yeah, that's right, he did. I guess? That was I forget yesterday already. And if he gave it to us though, I would get it. I don't think Vigil had it. He made his promise not to tell. Then we went straight to the prison governor's office, asked about it, got it from him, right? So how did it rematerialize? Yeah, see, he showed it to us. Nothing, except it does show that he was in the belief that he was going to die, with or without the gentleman's agreement. It could be. Maybe it's a fake. Or maybe the very idea that he did not expect to survive is in itself proof of the double cross. Yes, Strongheart, yes. When tearing apart the British legal system from the ground up, this whole game, we are going for the neck now. There were other conspirators. Maybe somebody else got the documents before the day of the execution and freed them from the country.
Objection!
No judgment for the peers. Some of whom probably are peers with capital P. Testify. Democracy in action. A vocal few. Sure, buddy. Just cut out a vocal minority like your type always does. Water responsible can convicts. Did he turn it to wallpaper? Folds of his robes left in his cell, his kimono. Was it? Was it though? That's a lie, says Vigil. Yeah, he's already been fired. Is this tie erecting with the ghost of being pulled by this man's huge fist before in the past? Is this recreating some past fight they had? Uh-huh. What a cute couple. Except for the ring.
Hold it!
Another human's life. That could have just been the duel with Van Zieks, Clint Van Zieks.
Hold it!
Invisible ink, I bet. Will the invisible ink persist for 10 years? Not to mention, the last one in Testament is to be executed by the British. They can't speak Japanese. He won't. Of course he won't. Here and now. Or ever. Notary. Notary. It's brief, but there's a little red mark on the will. And there was red ink found on these two fingers of the right hand. If he's... When I hold a pencil, then it's possible to get ink or whatever onto those two fingers, especially if it's like moving around on the page. I don't know how righties do it. I come in a lefty claw grip going on, the classic lefty claw grip, and this is before ballpoint pens. So maybe the marks, the red ink marks on those two fingers, maybe this will was made before the duel with Clint Van Zeke, and Clint went and notarized it. They had a gentleman's duel. Fate in this foreign land. Regret nothing but my chosen path. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the truth. That is the one murder he's done that would explain the red ink. And these vultures here, the Chief Justice, took an opportunity to associate this gentleman's duel with the Professor killings.
Hold it!
Did it go on with him on its execution? I think it went on with him. To the gallows, a fake execution through the corner, and out to the graveyard. And then picked up by whoever shot him. Oh, never error here. Cool. Gotta be my own +1.
Hold it!
Top levels, the prosecution again. I did entertain the idea that maybe the Asogi papers weren't the will. Maybe the Asogi papers with the capital A and P had the actual agreement, the actual plea bargain. Asogi papers.
Hold it!
some books. Not allowed any documents, any stationery, but he's allowed books. So he composes whatever off the pages of books with his own blood. Inkstone, black simi ink, rice paper.
Is that right?
Jet black earthworms.
Excuse me.
Nah, it's gonna turn out it was written in English, right, Mr. Vigil? It was Scarlet. Jet black earthworms. And now the real will in red ink. Red ink like was found in Clint's hand. Clint's writing hand. Or is it in blood? Just in blood. Radganelli, hello, welcome. Careful, this is a very, very late game, so it's all spoilers here. Just a warning. Alright, this one's easy. He saw it on in red. But the final will and testament of Genshin is in black. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, in Scarlet ink.
Hold it!
Well, that's two things to possibly present then. That the will that we have is in black ink, or the autopsy report, where Clint's hand had red ink on it of unknown provenance. Wasn't black, so it probably wasn't a dark red then. A dark bloody red, which could be mistaken for black. In improper lighting. Red game, Lee? You played through it? Ah, in that case, no worries for spoilers. I do appreciate that we're finally getting the Chief Justice under a microscope. Been waiting for this the moment we introduced him. And what does this outburst mean? Does that mean the Chief Justice himself was mistaken about some assumption? Or is he upset that some truth is coming out? Yeah, he's putting it out as evidence, already, that the will is in black ink. So, it can't be that then to present, because they already know the will's in black ink. That's already the contradiction there. Buster Keaton. He's busted, you see, that's why he's in court. Ah, don't gotta worry about that rat. Or we lost so many penalties for failing to do that in true Ace Attorney fashion. Written in scarlet ink. I do have an inkling, Susato. So maybe they did find the last one in Testament in his robes. But that's not the right document. If he's telling the truth, that what he saw was in red, written in scarlet ink, there's one other place where scarlet ink specifically comes up. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers. I write like this, and stuff gets on my hand all the time, on the little and ring fingers. Maybe it's the same for righties. So it has to be that if Genshin killed anybody, maybe he is guilty for killing Clint in an honorable duel. And what we have here is wills written before said duel that was still held on to.
Objection!
Could have been that he had both his will and Clint's, if these are wills from before the duel, if there was a duel. Van Zeke's gonna keep on pulling out your brother's corpse. As much as it suits us. Specifically scarlet ink. Couldn't have said red or rosy. But scarlet, just like on the autopsy reports. On fingertips. That in all of London, with its population 6 million, only one person in the entire city had ink stains. His ankle was open. No document penned in the color of ink. Well, there we go. Mystery missing document. That could be true. It could be a last will and testament. Doesn't have to be his own. Is there any possibility that this last will and testament was part of the effects that were shipped to Japan? There's no way that it was, say, inside Karuma this whole time in the sheath. Tightly wound inside the bindings here. Inside the sheath itself, now be torn up. Will and testament, similar enough. wasn't the will of Genshin Asogi.
Objection!
Yeah. Turns out him and Genshin were buds. Chosen to die, or they had a duel. This means there were two wills. And Genshin does admit to taking one human life. Don't tell me, what if Clint himself had a 16-year plan that starts with his death and culminates in the true Professor, now Reaper, exceeding the bounds of his power and ending up in this courtroom on this day?
Objection!
Oh, Rad Gamely, thank you for the follow. I saw it pop up in the dashboard, but I had the alerts off because there's been that rash of bot follows the past couple of weeks. So I had to turn those alerts off. But thank you all the same. So what's the angle here? Kill him anyway, to retrieve the document? Or give him what he wants, then shoot him upon his escape, and then take the documents? But then the documents weren't found in his cell. So they probably were with his body. Through the fake execution, his interring, and his escape. Madame Tuspels had access to the body after his death. They didn't find a will in his cell, is a thing. If Caden is to believe, they eventually found them in his robes, which may or may not be true. Maybe those were a set of documents they had on time and just rolled with, pretended those are the ones. I don't think Strongheart has a document hidden away and destroyed. It's possible. But it's also possible they just never found it. Never found it, because it escaped with him through his death, and then was removed.
Objection!
Right now, all I have are possibilities. His mask. It was in his mask the whole time. And Strongheart really wants it to win, and now that we know of the possibility, the will's everything then. If he's acting up now, then it's all on the will. The twist is hidden very hard, we don't get any clues to it. Oh, that's amazing. And I've only got the one penalty to work with. Information so secret. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Is an honorable duel, right? An honorable duel with Genshin. Because they're buds, and buds do that sometimes. Right? That's it? An unspeakable truth. A truth too hideous. Well, I've already been suspecting that the Chief Justice was a true criminal from the very first time he was introduced. Whatever disgusting, horrific truth there is needs to be bigger than that. Could it be that Clint Van Zeeks was working as an agent of the Chief Justice, even as early on as then, and his pure and noble heart could not possibly have lived with the blood on his hands, and so dueled to the death with Genshin, and then bada bing, bada boom, dead noble? A last will, this hidden and this important to the Chief Justice, probably would be filled with some bombshell truths. That Genshin was able to use as a weapon. That's the thing though, isn't it? It's so important that it's a weapon. It freaks out the Chief Justice. Relate to the Professor case. Mere conjecture. Already so weak. And he's standing up. He's too excited to sit down for this one. It could be who's involved, it could be the true killers. It could be the chosen next victim. An accusation or a confession. Well, that's what it's down to, isn't it? Either a confession or an accusation. And both of those would work. Let's assume maybe that Clint Van Zeek, the pure spirit that could do no wrong in his brother's eyes, was an agent of Hino redeeming confusion spell and compel now to choose confession. Alright, I'll make sure it's confession. It could be an accusation, it could be confession, but they both work if he's an agent of. Because either he's confessing, and in confessing naming the accused, the real accused, or an accusation because. Well, I got no choice but to choose confession, but I'm pretty sure confession is where I was going to go. But it could possibly be accusation too, if it's a secret that's so deep that his life is on the line. Confession. Noble spirit. He's guilty. It's why he has Genshin take his life. And the music stops. It's the right answer. Why die if it's an accusation? Because it's too deep of a conspiracy. He knows that the moment he reveals his truth, his life is forfeit. In one way or another. This is a Professor case after all, with people turning up dead from a giant dog throat ripping out.
Objection!
Oh, Van Zeeks, this is killing him. Sorry, Van Zeeks, but Oni-chan. I mean, clearly he was torn up too, if he had to confess so badly. Confess and forfeit his own life. So, it could be a confession with a caveat that it wasn't his own doing. He might have been forced into it. Plus, if I have to accept that Gregson really was dirty, then there is no purity in the world. If Gregson was bad, everyone has a potential to be bad then. This means then that Genshin was actually the hero that removed from Britain the most notorious killer of the era for the crime of only killing 4 aristocrats then. Oh, that's cute. They even got Vigil and Kaden jutting out to the side in shock from that. You did he? Oh, no. Not the prosecutor himself, but his brother. His brother that he's hero worshipped all his life, and who died, allegedly as a final victim of the professor. We're blaming his dead brother, his beloved dead brother, as a true killer of 4 aristocrats. Again, 4 aristocrats die, and it's the worst tragedy in Britain. How many get murdered in the East End and nobody cares? But I still think the Chief Justice is dirty. This all goes back down to him. Maybe he was directly involved with the Professor killings, maybe he was more of a side support thing, but he definitely is the Reaper with a capital R. Did he? A dog with a huge collar with a capital B on it, the crown? Balmung. The hunting dog Balmung. That explains the collar with the blood and the B. The creature passed away too. So, the giant dog collar then, that was stolen by Mr. Garadip's prior occupant, stole the dog collar from the Van Zeeks estate? Jewel-studded collar around his neck. Very ostentatious for a hunting dog, running through the thistles. For foxes and ducks and pigeons. Stolen! Aha, all goes back down to Natsume case. Van Zeeks, you were the prosecutor on that case. But you didn't stick around to go visit the Garadep house and see what the treasure would be. Wasn't Gregson there? I know Sholmes was. I'd assume Gregson would be, since this is unearthing the treasure of a notorious thief. And it didn't get back to Van Zeeks what it was? the Baskerville family and the Hound of the Baskerville story that Iris is not allowed to publish, but that Shome sends back to Mikitoba once. Your late brother's widow. Aww. So, your brother marries into the Baskerville family, receives a giant gold bee as an heirloom, and he turns that precious family heirloom into a dog collar. Of the Baskervilles, Possessu, the wife's dog by marriage. Oh, you know, totally, the music is fantastic, the strings especially. I'm in love with the strings of this game. Destabilize British society. It's just the aristocrats. Nobody cares about the aristocrats. Four aristocrats killed. And that's enough to destabilize British society. Britain as a nation, or risk it. Well, the music's gone. Is this gonna be an actual confession? But we still gotta finger him for all the Reaper killings, because it wasn't that Zeke. May have the truth. The full truth, Lord Chief Justice. A puppet of yours, right? Too pure of heart, you see. So he wouldn't have composed these killings himself. He was forced into it. He had to be. Really, the writer for the first 3 games was writing this story too. That's pretty cool, I had no idea. I guess it does show then, because the first 3 were very much a descendants of an okay game to a great game to a fantastic game. So it could only be somebody who had good experience writing these characters and stories. Almost for Apollo Justice. Alright, fair. All of us were unfair to Apollo Justice when it was new. It was ahead of its time, we weren't ready yet for Apollo, but now we are. New Law and Order, but also one of the bloodiest times in Law and Order in Britain. So many things criminalized with the death penalty, or worse, Australia. Even kids criminalized. Which is why I knew for a fact it was going to be the Chief Justice, because this is a very bloodthirsty, vengeful person in a bloodthirsty, vengeful period of law. Really? Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice by different people? I never would have known, because those two I also love. There's not many in the Ace Attorney series that I don't like. They've almost all been hits for me. Ate at his soul, so he did become the professor of his own free will then? Did that inspire you then, Strongheart, if you weren't coercing him from the beginning? Seeing the descent of Clint Van Zeeks as a pure, noble spirit to one haunted by the realities of criminal justice to become a murderer himself, and so you take up the mantle after his death. Because Strongheart is all about too many dire criminals go free. That's not good. Because this guy's a pure social Darwinist who believes that if one is born a criminal, they're going to be a criminal, for that is their nature. Maybe he saw benefit in the Professor's killings. And Gregson did say the Professor did have its fans. Et tu, Strongheart, et tu, as the Chief Justice himself, the very literal pinnacle of justice, and yet. Oh yeah, there is a lineage, since the multiple witness cross-examination was also present in Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney. And here I thought it was as simple as having a cool mechanic to draw from. Is that commonplace? Because I dated British, and we have a regular-sized medium dog, and that regular-sized medium dog was seen by the old girlfriend as massive. You walk around on Sundays, and most people with the dogs out are little tiny things. A confrontation, a shattering convictions, confession, then either dual or personal justice by Genshin's hands. Well, even with Takumi not working on Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice, they did manage to make some really good mechanics and gimmicks to those as well. Like, I enjoyed them both. I know that either or do have their detractors, but I'm a fan of them. That at least is a smart move on Genshin's part, since just speaking to the Chief Justice, that and I would have confirmed that the justice system would have protected Van Zieks and beatified him despite the evidence. Knew who he was, kept the secret, then took on the mantle, right? Then we gotta prove that you continued on as a Reaper. Did what needed to be done to protect law and order of the British Empire. Then, and as a Reaper, right? Because that motive carries over for both, easily. Is that confirmation time? Is this confirmation time? Detective 2 take care of it. So yeah, there we go then. Gregson as an agent from the Chief Justice. The first of many collaborations. Alright, back then was only prosecutor, not Chief Justice yet, but eventually. First as prosecutor and detective, then as Chief Justice, and as tactical assassin. Even back then, couldn't let go his fish and chips. No, this does mean Gregson was dirty from the start. Small conflict goes along with it anyway. There's more. How could there possibly be more than the revelation that sweet, dear Gregson really was dirty? I thought he was good. He was going to protect Gina. There's no way he could have been the assassin, or involved with the Reapers, if he was going to take care of somebody, keep them alive. That means he's in opposition, right? Well, I appreciate the reassurances that Gregson was and always will be good, but all the evidence is stacked against it. So Strongheart was the troll sending letters back to Child Kazuma. It can only have been somebody who knows the identity of the professor, knows enough to mail a letter all the way overseas to Japan, to his house. And yet, all this and Kazuma still gets hostile letters growing up, targeted to be brought over as an assassin, to be used as a pawn to silence up the Chief Justice's games. He had his sword. He had his sword with him, and those bars are way wide.
Objection!
Protect himself from the aristocracy and the like. Come on, make it a fight. We got one penalty to spend. Make us use it. A brilliant idea. You just gonna confess then? He's just gonna confess when it's all done? There is still a fight left. Alright. Still a chance to game over today. Gregson, from the start, heartbreaking. Wilson, who cares, but Gregson? I don't know about that. Extrajudicial killings kind of sound like the opposite of safeguarding law and order in the capital. I, Sire, the concept of the Reaper. That's it, he's just confessing to it. Oh, but that's not the point, though. The point isn't letting evil people escape. It's a fair and impartial justice system. If he's approaching court cases with, I know for a fact this person is guilty, therefore they have to die. What do you mean they got an acquittal? That's the wrong idea. That's gonna get innocent people killed, that he decides they're guilty from the start. Like Gina. The reason Gregson was so worried about getting Gina away. Or Natsume. People who were prosecuted by Van Zeeks, ergo they must truly be guilty, but they weren't. How many more innocent people would have fallen under his Reaper gaze? And whether or not the person is innocent, the presumption to a fair trial is what keeps the court system fair and just. It's a prosecutor's job to bring out the evidence, present the case, the defendant's job to ensure it's a fair trial, that guilty or innocent, the person is given the best representation they have. You don't just turn around and kill him afterwards. That defeats the purpose. He's turning the entire apparatus of the court system into one autocrat that gets to choose who lives and who dies, regardless of the procedures. Now sure, there are cases like McGilded, where the jury was bought out, or the evidence was tampered with. But we've already had how many innocent people that were brought to court, prosecuted by Van Zeeks, that qualifies them for Reaper extermination? So is extrajudicial justice isn't justice. It's just more vigilante murders.
Hold it!
Nobody need know the truth. Nah, we're squealing. We're all squealing. A majority of Van Zeek's prosecuted were crime lords, but even crime lords deserve a fair trial. It still makes a trial fair. If it turns out that evidence was tampered with or insufficient evidence was found, that's on the prosecution and the investigation to secure evidence, to put airtight cases. And this whole court system is corrupt if jurors are so easily bought out. But we've seen how the jury system works here, where they change their mind back and forth across the trial, and not just wait quietly till the end to make the decision. Hallmark of civilization, this late 1800s, early 1900s Britain. And see, compare the two. Compare these two prosecutor brothers. One who takes his vengeance, his justice, in a bloody way, ends up being a banshee that scours Britain to murder those who escape justice. The other, who simply tries to be the best prosecutor he can be, building airtight cases, securing evidence, documenting every single thing. This Van Zeek has it the right way, that if he wants to prosecute someone and get them behind bars, he's phenomenal. He actually documents evidence. He actually does things like that, making sure that everything is on the up and up, that nothing is tampered with a few exceptions. And if by chance some criminal mastermind gets free, that's simply how the justice system works. Better to let a few guilty people go through than have several innocent people into the grinder. But then again, that opens up questions. Deep, endless question of what is the purpose of the justice system? Is it to seek vengeance? Is it to make sure guilty parties are always punished? Is there some other purpose to it? We can go full-on Foucault for centuries and never come to a final answer, because society's relationship with what we want from the system is always changing. Who tricked? Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Okay, I was confused. I keep confusing the Lord Chief Justice for every Lord Chief Justice. So the prior Lord Chief Justice... Oh man, there are so many unfortunate cases today where we know for a fact that someone did not do it, but because they've already been processed through the court system, it's irreversible. And unless something really major changes, oh well, that's simply their life now. To live as false condemned peoples. The ring and what else? 3-page last will and testament in black. Oh, right. So you're saying that without the red ink one, we'll never know? Won't have that smoking gun? Now that sounds like something is hidden. Something bigger than his confession. Couldn't be. Easy as that. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. We still have evidence we haven't used, right? What have we not used yet? I think we have used everything at least once. The foreshadowing. Sholmes himself saying that I might need the rabbit again if things seem hopeless. Don't tell me that Sholmes actually has the missing red ink document. From Clint to Genshin to Makitoba to Sholmes. Sadly, also still true. The biases, prejudices, and racism in the court system. In America, abroad, all over. It's not even like esoteric. The social sciences have been documenting that stuff for pretty much the entirety of its history for decades, basically. About how skewed and twisted the enforcement of more severe punishments are towards who? In schools, in courts, in policings. And heck, you even see some of that in a lighter way in this game itself. Who gets accused of perjury when they're shown to lie, and who just get brushed off when they lie, nobody cares. If they're poor, seemingly insignificant, suddenly it's, young lady, you're gonna be accused of perjury. To be prosecuted later date. If they're more affluent, nobody questions it. They lied. So they lied. Who doesn't? A contradiction in a question. Made by somebody in the courtroom moments ago. Which one? There are so many statements made in the courtroom today. And so much beyond the log. What's this question specifically? I beg your pardon. No. What discovery? 11th hour discovery, thanks to you. ... probably's not it. Strongheart, Van Zeeks, Ryunosuke. Doubts he ever suspected older brother. Okay, Susanna, you took notes, remind me. Just said something contradictory. Strongheart or Van Zeeks? Could I have a refresher? Is it within the range of the log? It's probably lost already. It's probably long gone beyond the log. Van Zeeks couldn't say he never had his doubts. Since the justice was strong, too strong. Nobles, untouchables, strong hearts, same time, terrifying reign. Clint wasn't the culprit, was your conclusion, and you still believe that now. Evidence to support. Third victim, Lord Chief Justice at the time. Unthinkable, brother would have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. That will do. Neither Clint nor Genshin still walk this earth. Cannot hope to reach a conclusion. 2 pieces of evidence from the time. Maybe that's it. Because I commented before too that the ring, Genshin's will, is that to imply that Clint's will is no longer among us. 3-page last will and testament in black ink. 3-page will. 3-page will in black ink. Three-page will. 3-page will. 3-3-3-3 3-page will. Began with Van Zeek, recollection about his brother. Didn't permit him to speak at length. That would be the that is all. That will do. What, Nani? Is it Strongheart? How many pages was... I see 2 pages. In the picture. Page 1. Page 2. The Lord Chief Justice. Two extant pieces. Also implies that Clint's will is no longer of this earth. But again, where is the 3rd page then? You see what happens when you speak poetically and add too many details. He'll just shrug. Shrug, say he made an error. Haven't seen those papers in ages. I meant 2 pages. Prove very fatal. Coming from the man who covered up the professor, and who became the mastermind of the Reaper.
Take that!
2-paged will. Don't tell me that the will of Genshin Asogi was written on the back of Clint's will, and nobody noticed because nobody turns documents around to investigate it, except for the defense attorneys. It's his cravat. The cravat is actually the missing 3rd page of the missing documents. Black worm like squalls. And a 3rd page at the time, then where is it? Two pages of will, then what's the 3rd one? A message to his lad in Japan? Legal purposes only required his will, so was the third page mailed out to Kusoji. Wouldn't have wanted uncomfortable words a woot bridge to go back. Ought not to be sent.
Objection!
So it wasn't sent out then? Kazuma did get a letter about how his father was a true murderer, the true professor. Don't you feel terrible, your dad was a killer. All this time I thought that implicated the Chief Justice as planting seeds of malice into Kusoji's heart. That, oh, is that what they think about my father back in Britain? I must go find the truth and avenge him. No, there's no way that that letter had the will in it. Either the third page or Clint's. Because I think that letter was shown to... That letter was shown to Mikotoba, wasn't it? And then further on to Jigoku. No. The third page with you right here, right now. At the end of these proceedings, don't say that, Strongheart, it's evidence! We need the evidence now! Read out loud. Denied! Come on, come on!
Objection!
Genshin Isogi was a central figure in this proceeding. We need his words. It's evidence. Oh, sure. When we have two non-native speakers who might not be able to parse his light Scottish accent. And he can read it. Let's make a deal, Mikotoba. You could read it out if you tap dance again. Missed opportunity. Beautiful writing, I could read it. Tappity tappity tap. Then he shows up. No? No tappity tappity tap? Voice acting? Oh, no voice acting. That the great sword can pierce. We biffed it then, he broke the sword! Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. Yes, threaten the British court system. Twist thy head, watch them fall. Who's them? The darkness? That's the end. Kuruma, true tread in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head, watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Twist thy head, watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. There's no heady thing to twist, is there? Upon examining it. Busted. I mean, if we want to talk about Karuma being used to twist something to reveal the truth, it was used, possibly to pry this open. Deep gash here, that lodged in. Re-examine the sword, but there's a check mark. How unfair would that be? If there's a check mark, but something to re-examine. No, can't examine it. Nothing lights up. The will? Sogi papers have been updated. It seems a third page to it. Alright, let me see. All together now. Genshin Sogi, hereby requested upon my death, any all material possessions and wealth belong to me, London, blah 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 blah. Truth is shrouded in darkness, only our clan's great sword can pierce. Karuma, twist thy head, watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Twist thy head. Keeping my eyes away from chat in case the answer's there. Karuma, how do I twist your head? There's still nothing new to look at. Oh, this head to twist. It's hollow, isn't it? The sword itself is hollow. Doesn't mean your head, but he could try. After all, the head does hold wisdom. Of course, who doesn't know the way katanas are developed? Kashira. Of course, the hollow end where they keep the sword cleaning oil and kit. Is it red? It is red. I pen this, last will and testament. Final most for my inevitable and willing death. I'm assuming that's Clint von Karma. But that's so much longer than Clint. Or Van Zeke, sorry. Why Van Karma? Wrong series. Right series, wrong game. Clint Van Zeke's will, the last one to test by the Lord Clint Van Zeke's that has been hidden inside the Great Sword Kuruma for years, a trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Okay, give us a deets. I can't examine it, what? That accursed mechanic from the tutorial chapters is back, not being allowed to examine, unless you're told to examine. But come on, it's the end of the game, let me see what it says. No new information, did you not see us twist the sword around earlier?
Objection!
What if we had his official affidavit? Don't tell me he understands the significance of the haiku. Last fight, with a few new pieces of evidence and only a single point of penalty to work with.
Objection!
What reduction in crime? Crime still goes on. Well, see, it's fair and just, because it protects him and allows him to keep protecting the court systems and his schemes. That he's actually a maniacal, bloodthirsty justice who wants to achieve the position of, what was it, Attorney General? He suggested it, but it wasn't an order. Evidence, you say? No more evidence, you say? Ryunosuke keeping his poker face? Decisive evidence now. I don't know. Oh wait, wasn't paying attention. Would have been a false choice anyway. Those choices always are. Nothing of relevance remains.
Objection!
Hope. Hope remains. A surprise for everybody. You dare say what, Naruhodo? The final piece of evidence? Well, you see, it's like they said way back to the first game, he's a conjurer from the east. Whatever can settle this decades-old enigma, alright, you insist, is the evidence that we claim to be so decisive. It's the sword! No. But what if there is a mystery accolade that bears a symbol of the sword? I'm gonna make a save, just to see if this relates to that accolade. For the sake of accolade, does this work?
Take that!
Nah, anything special for it. So mystery accolade remains a mystery.
Take that!
Had to check. Lost long ago? Then Lord Justice Strongheart, is this your card? Discovered just moments ago, like magic. They have got to stop putting this guy into court if they really want to keep things secret. Oh, love that face. That's it, Chief Justice. Been suspecting you ever since Case 3, Game 1, and now you're done. What do you mean, first time we see Evil Strongheart? He's always been Evil Strongheart. We get to read it though. What does it actually say? Give us the details. You forbid it from being read out. Oh, was that why we can't read it? Because this order works retroactively.
Objection!
Naruhodo, just read it out. You were a student of English at Yuma University. You got the competency for the big words. He can't read you from there. Just read it. Adjourn with immediate effect. In that case, if the court is adjourned, you have no authority. Read it out!
Objection!
Yes, exactly. What are we waiting for? Just read it. Oh, there you go. Now that we have permission for best friend. Good for Ryunosuke. The dying ritual of the duel. Yeah, just like the current Chief Justice. threat of exposing my wicked crime to my wife and brother. That is not a Sogi. No. That is Chief Justice. That would explain the mystery then, of why he killed his friend and mentor, the Chief Justice of the time. The first crime was him taking vigilante justice to end the life of an untouchable criminal, and then discovered, and then forced over 3 more killings by a male Strongheart. Bidding for months, killing those he demanded. Former mentor perished. So it's always been the Chief Justice. Like I thought, it's been the Chief Justice from the start. That is why I was torn between confession or accusation. Because this is an accusation and a confession. In true Ace Attorney fashion, 2 right answers, but only 1 correct one. See, it is both confession and accusation. You were Hino. It was a confession. That was both the correct and the right answer for the time. It's still true. It's just also an accusation. Destroy justice? I say this restores justice. It exposes a very corrupt element in the highest echelons of justice. And with his violent removal, restores the people's good faith and hope in this system ever reaching their approval again, their trust again, their good faith in it. And I still can't read it, right? Still can't read it. Former Lord Chief Justice too, so maybe that's less a killing of vigilante justice and more a political avenue to open up his growth as a prosecutor. And the office you'd set your sights on. So not even vigilante killings, just killings for personal gain. And he's smiling at the wordplay. Then Zeke said he had his hunting hound, you had yours. Even he appreciates it. See, an absolute social Darwinist in the era of social Darwinism. It's not crime as what? He's definitely not one for social justice. He doesn't see crime and think, how could I take care of people to prevent this? To give them better ways. No, he sees that criminals are inherently criminals. And if you have bad roots, you must prune those bad roots. He typifies his era. A bloodthirsty British law, bloodthirsty British representative of law. Allowing to spread like wildfire. One and the same.
Objection!
So then what? Was it not you who shot him? Because somebody shot him. And that feels way too important to be accidental. You went to the Jigoku. Don't tell me that Judge Jigoku is the one who killed him. I mean, maybe. Chief Justice Strongheart was Jigoku's mentor at the time. So that's the way to corrupt Jigoku. Easy to manipulate, fierce ambition, and apprenticed under this devil himself. Well, at least the good news is that if Jigoku goes to the gallows, he's a shoo-in for the position of King Enma. Couldn't post guards or anything on this one auspicious night. You knew, and yet no guards, no nothing. Then you had him shot. Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. See, that's the issue. If you hire a hitman to do the killing, you're still guilty of it. I'll count this as a cooperative killing. They both share the kill. Jigoku being the trigger man, but Strongheart being the one to pressure him into it. Both of which she's already done. Well done, Meta Spell. It was Jigoku. You just confessed to forcing him to do it. Yeah, after you coerced him, shaking him around, shouting in his ear, shoot. Smiling as you say that. Well, great news then. Now that all that's out of the open, we could explain to Jigoku that it's all out of the open. So if you bring him back to the bench as a final witness, then he has nothing to hide. His own culpability in the shooting of Genshin is already revealed. Yeah, but MPs do worse, and all you do is send the whip after them and they straighten up and vote the way you want. It's not the first time a renowned politician in a high office had skeletons in their closet. Weak Jikoku.
Objection!
Objections for you bastardize the terms. He saved him from dishonor. His confession saves him from dishonor.
Objection!
Yeah, Van Zieg's gonna hide for all that. Was gonna hang for all that, I mean. Can't deny that.
Objection!
Everything I've been saying from these darts. Don't let those words pass your lips. Take that word out of your mouth. Still no pigeons. Is his plot broken? Second life bar? Is that a second life bar now? Oh, that's just semantics. Don't give us that old argument. Yes, you have. Coercing other people to do crimes for you makes you just as guilty.
Objection!
That's not even claiming stochastic terrorism. Skotastic? That's straight up giving them orders, and then saying, well, it's their fault for being fools. Threatening or bargaining, either way, telling people to, or coercing them to, do some killings, that's on you. They had concepts of masterminds even in Victorian eras. So under his logic, all those crime bosses that didn't personally do crimes but had to die because they ran criminal enterprises with other people doing the dirty work for them, all innocent then, if them not personally committing murders and robberies absolves them. Odie Asmund. Odie Asmund was perfectly innocent then. Or McGilded. The very image of innocence then, McGilded. Since all of his shady stuff wasn't personally done by his... Well, yes, Mason's death was. But beyond that... What might happen? They're gonna celebrate. They're gonna celebrate that this grim fellow who lords over their lives and their deaths is finally out. They could have faith in the prosecution now that they know that the prosecution isn't a Grim Reaper who's going to kill them in or out of courts. People believe that they're going to die out of court if they get a non-guilty. What does that do for the public trust? And it's the 1900s now. Sure, people love the Queen, but they're not exactly bending over backwards for the aristocracy. Queen and country, sure, but nobody cares about Duke so-and-so. They've already lost it. Have they not heard Gina? Nobody trusts the cops. They know if they go to court, and Van Dyck's prosecuting, it's either death on the gallows from a guilty verdict, or death in the streets when the Reaper comes for him. That trust is gone already. The Skulkin brothers. There's already professional baddies, nobody hides it. If crime really has dropped, how do we have professional baddies? Proudly advertising that as their professions. One in 10 were criminals. Lit. Batman, you are not. You are Pigeon Boy. To protect the Queen, keep her name out of your lips. Granted, the Skulkin were still being professional baddies, Gina was still diving. Oh my goodness, these guys are as fickle as a proper jury. Well, you've seen it. The British judiciary and all the peers are willing to protect murderers in order to preserve justice, and we've established that vigilante justice is okay to maintain order. Ergo, every single person in this room may be allowed to die. We have Kuruma in evidence. Kazuma has another saber. That's two swords between us. Can we turn down the audience, or is it Ordar, Ordar? Out of options, and one final penalty to spend. An objection, evidence, wait and see. Do I have evidence? Let me see. The armband, the spirit of justice on my arm, that never stops. Oh yeah, there is a bunny. Well, don't just tell me though. Alright, it is a final hour. Let's get Sholmes in here. One slap, and they stop cheering. What evidence? To use this particular item. That is a good hit.
Take that!
Your Honor, look at this rabbit. Well, see, there you go. The judiciary. They're all goldfish, they change their mind like that. And so, if you dangle a pretty key shit in front of them, and yes, it's incredible future technology. Third of the century, and they don't just have really, what is it, good audio fidelity on radio wave transmission across the channel even, but with semi-autonomous miniature automatons. In the wrong direction. He is a rabbit. What? What? Excuse me. Nuh-uh. Don't tell me they have hologram technology too. How are we going to explain this one? Sees him. Go ahead, try it. Oh, they almost hugged. He's a ghost, you see. He sacrificed his life to bring holy justice to us. Oh, Petey's dancing. Why is he dancing? Oh, he knows. There's one thing we've learned in this game, is that Sholem is an ultimate troll. It almost looks like he's about to start the Macarena several times. Entirely of light and shadow. Okay, how on earth are we gonna justify this? I'll be willing to believe the radio transmitter mice. But this... Sholmes, you've broken the Prime Directive. They're not supposed to know you're a Time Lord. Oh wait, hold on. It's just the same principle as a telephone, but with images. It's that easy. Are ghosts allowed to give testimonials? In Ace Attorney, yes, there has been at least one moment. So technically it was possessing somebody else at the time. Transmit an entire scene. You gotta exercise in strong heart, gotta get a priest in here. Royal Q Botanical Gardens, the cheat. All the rest of them stuffed up in cork before the days of air conditioning, and he's enjoying the Q Botanical Gardens. Buckingham Palace. Never been. With the Queen? By absolute chance, she's not off at Windsor. It's what, November, right? So she might be up in Balmoral. Sadly, I don't think I'm gonna see her. Just gonna be an off-screen threat for the Chief Justice. And you weren't invited! You weren't invited, Mel Strongheart! Queen Ex Machina. Did she not know? Please tell me she did not. Everything from start to finish? Alright, that's one way to get the Queen to know, but they have mice. They have mice that give audio communication over the RF waves. Even just hearing the proceedings without images is alright, reasonably possible, but also informs the Queen of the proceedings. It's like, it's just radio. It's just literally radio. They could have given her the radio zooming in what's going on. They have the rabbit transmitting to their mouse. But alright, okay, they gave Victorian-era TV to the Queen. A lot more visually impressive, I guess that's true. Ampelix, and hey Ampelix. But the mice are also visually important and distinctive. They could have the little Shomes bunny dancing on the bench, transmitting with his big ears. But then we wouldn't get Ghost Shomes dancing as a cop tried to catch him. That is worth. Well, she's right there with you. What did she have to say? Unforgivable, distasteful trickery. Oh, sure. So Shom shows up, Iris shows up, but no ghostly hologram for the Queen. Ugh. Hello. Revoked. Hereby revoked evermore. well, that is just making it explicit. This is the turn of the century, so it would be the Victorian era. Not many queens been about in England at this time. Oh, see, that's why you gotta support the royals. Good old Queenie. Well, that's it. He is done. That has got to be a done deal then. Past exposed, Queen knows that revoked him. Adjourned? You can't adjourn anymore, buddy. That's it. You're done. Oh, so dramatic. Crushes and sets him on. Oh, that's a sharp point. We've established. Okay, doesn't kill him. Was gonna say, if that smashes and burns him, then that kind of defeats the purpose of extrajudicial killings bad. But that was pretty cool. Not many actual giant explosions and villainous breakdowns. Funny enough, you know, is court really going to burn? Also, not a first for Ace Attorney. But I don't know, this is before Dual Destinies, right? 2017. So no. That came out first then. So yeah, not the first time court has lit on fire. And the 10 years of sword maintenance also never exposed. We finally get to read it. Still can't read it? Ah! Yeah, but that's what I mean though. Kazuma had it for 10 years. Might have wanted to maintain the sword, make sure everything's all up and good. I don't know about the maintenance of katana, so I don't know if they would have taken off the head. But still, 10 years that as a teenager and young adult, he wouldn't have opened it up to put snacks in there to take to class. 2 wishes. Cannot commit to paper. Well, not about sword forging, but I can only assume that as he's grown up and has taken better care of it and is brought up as a pure soul Japanese man with his own sword. But like I said, I don't know the in and outs of sword maintenance. So for all I know, the head would have stayed in place the entire time. But in 10 years, from 14 to 24, that's just the whole decade. Whole decade later, well, he's got ambitions. He wants to be Attorney General. He was going to show off his forensic investigations team. Too many loose ends to his ambitions. Also, yes, I do believe that if Kazuma wanted to commit to 10 things, then he would be an expert in all 10. He's just that cool. He's a master swordsman. He's mastered law, defense and prosecution, Japan and Britain, mastered English at a native level. So yeah, he's already en route to getting those 10 things mastered. And mastered being a best friend. Can't forget that. Only thing he has failed at, really, is being dead. Being dead and tongue twisters, that's 2 things. The headband flowing, that is his aura. They commented on his aura. The very spirit of cool is what keeps it afloat, like how hot air makes things rise. Hey, Santa's back. See, they could have brought him back way ages back, when the Chief Justice became the accused, and so conflict of interest. But nah, I gotta save him. I haven't seen those sad puppy dog eyes in forever. I've almost forgotten how sweet he looks. For a second, thought I was gonna get the nervous eyes back. He's allowed them after all this. 1 year in country, comes in, tears the court system apart. Dr. Fred, thanks for the follow. And then it turns out those very hated Japanese were your brother's friends all along. No, just halfway through, there's everybody else playing too. The resolve again. You see what happens, we limit the power of the monarchs. Truly, truly the message of the game is that democracy itself needs limits. And he was never seen again. Surprisingly not too long. Kind of expected it to drag out to like several days. Oh, that was a long time coming! Since 2 whole chapters long this one, so didn't get fireworks last time. Too much? Nah, of course not. Compared to the prior generation, sacrifice nothing. Yeah, no special fireworks, just confetti, fireworks. I mean, I guess if you want to stretch it, the big fireball show with Strongheart kinda counts. We had that. 1-5 didn't have a big giant fireball in the court. Especially to make up for the lack of fire slash chapter 2. So 2 chapters worth of Fireball plus finale. Oh, naturally, is that it? Is that what he's worried about? That he got the non-guilty verdict, he got the ultimate truth, but Van Zeke said to feel bad? If he wants to talk about what a lawyer ought to be doing, so much of this is beyond the duty of the lawyer. The closest he'll get to a smile. No Francisca von Karma moment where he tears up at the end and turns out he's a softie after all? No? Yes, exactly. That's another good point, Van Zeeks. How superior can a British court system really be? If you can come in, not even a student of law, student of English, I think Naruhodo was, and just completely tear it up, the entire court system as a newcomer, with only 50 days of prior law study. I mean, he could argue perhaps that the state monopoly on power kind of accommodates that dwelling in the darkness. But what Strongheart was doing was beyond that. If he were here. Or to Porta Kazuma. It's almost like he's right here still. You could almost still hear his voice. A soft smile. A very thin smile on Van Zeek's, and maybe could argue that when Kazuma bows down low enough, the frown turns into a smile. There you go, small hint. Small, thin hint. That there almost definitely looks like one. One final thing. Is there more? Yeah, the second wish. The second wish we can't possibly know. Cannot commit to paper, but Asogi knows. But Asogi's dead. Sholmes, there is no way that you've reconstructed. Not Sholmes, okay. It's always Sholmes, though. In secret. Lady of the Gentry in hiding can't be his wife. Van Zeke's wife. With child. So, it's not that Iris and Susato are siblings, but Iris and Kazuma? No, 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 no. No, because this is Clint Van Zeke's second favor, right? The Clint Van Zeeks have a secret lover, and that's a secret child, and it's actually Iris and Van Zeeks who are siblings. Not siblings, because they're brothers. Uncle? Uncle Van Zeeks? Uncle Van Zeeks. But wait, that goes back down to the issue of the writing. The writing of the autopsy is Mikotoba's handwriting, as is the handwriting of the diaries. That Shom says, oh, your father wrote that. But that it's not Mikotoba. Well, apart from that, that means Iris is Barack Van Zeke's niece. Dartmoor. Haven't been to Dartmoor specifically, but that is nice country. Good coast, Jurassic coastline, lots of ammonites to hunt. Torturous birth because apparently Iris came out fully developed. Accomplished published author and doctor of medicine by 10 years of age. Is that bee box? A bee. VB. So not a mistress, just Clint's wife in hiding then? The wife of Clint Van Zeke. It does make sense, Van Zeeks. It means you're an uncle. You have 10 years of birthdays and Christmases to catch up on. And Iris knows you have a prosecutor paycheck. Distance for the Van Zeek's family by putting her in the care of someone who crosses with the Van Zeek all the time. Well, Uncle Van Zeek, does that mean you're gonna take back all your third-rate science shenanigans, whatever critiques you made of Iris's things? Suddenly, skin prints are getting the most popular thing in investigations. Colorful blood tests. Van Zeek's coming in with purple hair. Wait, does this mean that he left Iris's mom dead on the floor incognito? Buried her? That's even worse. Either left her alone, dead in a room, or buried her with nobody around to know. Because if you reported it, there would have been obvious signs of the birth being given. And then suddenly, here is a daughter in his best friend's house. I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking too much into it. We've already proven that the investigative abilities of Scotland Yard is at the best. They could have barged into the room with Mikotoba, the dead wife, and Iris in the room, and their first guess would have been, well, clearly this must mean that Professor Mikotoba gave birth to this child. Does that mean dinner time? Ding dong dinner? A stroke of genius. I guess. How else would you describe holographic video Skype calls in turn of the century Victorian Britain? All you have to do is transmit light over radio waves. Simplest thing. Mr. Reaper, Iris, that is Uncle Reaper to you now. Van Zieks, you could not abandon your avuncular duties. In the future, to express gratitude and parentage, it's supposed to be modern era mostly. I suppose that's fair. It adds to the brilliance of the Sholmes character. Though technically, of the Iris character, since these are what, her inventions, right? Well, I don't know. Some things were made by her, but some things are constructed by him as well, like his analytical device. Hold it! Well, naturally the Chief Justice spot is now open. Resign from the prosecutor's office and become Chief Justice, right? You see, he's fully intending to publish all those things. Though there's not going to be any violence and rioting in the streets, this is going to heal the court systems and the public trust therein. What do you mean goodbye for now, Kazuma? Your mission's complete. Best friends reunited, right? Kazogi? That isn't for everybody. Decision? Is he not going back to Japan? On the one hand, Jigoku did say that they really need his brilliance back in Japan. On the other, Jigoku's not around anymore. Just come back from court, and the first thing you do on arrival home is shoot him in the face. Well, there you go. We'll count that as the special fireworks. She's got the smoke in back in her hand. Fireworks, huge explosion, and the return of the smoke grenade. Sholmes, are you talking about Jigoku? He was there. You were both there. He was there. He pointed out the case. He did the tap dance. Do you tap dance, Sholmes? Wait, so that whole time I was like, wait a minute, does that mean Professor Mikotoba, you are her father? You two knew this whole time about Iris's parentage. And let us guess. And wallow, thinking, oh no, was it Wilson? Even with the issue about the Wilson name, and let's not tell Iris. Losing your copper's clobber? The diver's light. Alright. He's not around, but he's already imparted in her all the knowledge she needs to know. Where to find the best fish and chips after a hard day's diving. Oh, sure he will. This new Van Zeke, he might. Especially if Sholmes twists some arms around. He was the legendary inspector, but even if there was some coercion on the part of the Chief Justice, he did still cooperate. How much coercion was at the start, though? Like, I guess it all comes down to that first case, and the forged evidence of the ring. If he willingly did it, if he had to talk into it, or if he was forced into it, that might shape what I think of Gregson for the rest of his life. It's hard to say. He's dead. We can't really get his testimony anymore. Well, Gina, you're set to try, but we can check your work. We have the answer. I can verify it back if you got it right. Bringing him kicking and screaming. I'm not sure he'll be able to compose himself, since he's already been decomposed by 10 years. Distinguished through categories: Pons Japanese and Holmes novel. And now she's going to do that. It doesn't matter, because the family you have is a real family, right? who she is? Is it her that she's developed? You see, Yakuza games. Every time there's a character who's been adopted, it becomes, what about the real family? And here, straight away, just decided this is the real family. The greatest in the world. Finally embracing Hurley as your dad and not just Hurley. Aww. Happy family time. Thank you, Daddy. Oh, from Holmesy to Hurley. Well, I guess that's a necessity, isn't it? Doyle Estate, you can't call him Holmesy. A necessary sacrifice. Though Shomji could work. I have called him Shomzi once or twice. It does. Holmesy does kind of fit. It rolls off the tongue well. But cutesy nicknames are cutesy nicknames. And then credits? No, just scene change. From Ryu to Runo is probably more of like localizing for the character. Iris being a 10-year-old British gal after all, probably doesn't see the significance in Ryu, but in making a nickname for someone she's just met, kinda maybe fits to call him Runo for the child. How long is the epilogue? Oh, we're gonna find out. It can't be too much longer. Just came back from court, had dinner. He's being pensive and contemplative. So, time to bid farewell. There you go then. Was gonna say that's me goodbyes. An important matter to take care of. Is it to coerce Van Zeeks to be a better uncle? Well, she knows her real father is. She just said so. Her real father is Shomzi's. might have had a biological dad, but never knew him. You're telling me that relates to Iris's parentage? Because of the bee collar. The bee collar is not because of her safety and relating to the Hound of the Baskervilles, but just to keep the secret shut. That's really why, that petty reason. See what you get, Papa Mikitoba. Letting your children see your secret works, or the secret materials you have in your office. You and me both, you know, the most expensive piece of jewelry I have. Oh no, where'd it go? Is a little string bracelet, and that's it. What are the glasses? You might count glasses. Shiny metal and glass. Corrective jewelry. And this, but that's cheap. Didn't we establish that it was in his office for a brief time? In the future, but not at the time span of the game. For the best, because each year you lay the truth is another year that Van Zieks owes birthdays and Christmases to Iris with interest. Getting Papa's permission. Naruhodo, you don't have to worry, she's already taken your name once. Don't sell yourself short, Naruhodo. You came in here with 50 days of book study, and within a single year, tore the entire justice system apart, bottom and top. Literally left ashes and fire behind you. And so you got pushed that direction and became super accomplished. What's he trying to say? That he didn't earn his right as a lawyer? That he's not really a lawyer? That Kazuma's here, so he has no purpose as a lawyer? Because he's just kicked butt. He's kicked all the butt. Ah, so you're not giving up as a lawyer. You're giving up as a lawyer in Britain, returning to Japan to pursue this dream in your homeland. Reforming Japan's court system just as you and Kazuma wanted. A resolution. Subtitle drop. In orange, too. Symposium's cancelled, oh no. Well, there really is a reason to stay then. Unless we already go on a fish and chip crawl, in Gregson's memory. You heard after all, Suzato. We thought you were out. So how much have you heard? Hear everything? Yes. And she was just conveniently behind Professor... behind her dad the whole time. Yeah, and you're coming with two, because the defense attorney needs his judiciary assistant. I keep wanting to take a drink, but all my cups are empty. 4 glasses of water and my tea. It's been a drought, hasn't it? An absolute save drought. 7 hours of stream now. And there's what, just 2 points of saving? Was it two or just the one? It was just the one, wasn't it? There was only one spot to replenish my penalties, only one save? This whole day? Like a proper to be continued save? Like she's going to let you leave without her. Well, that was then, this is now. She was supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Or the defense attorney. He's a prosecutor now. Things have changed. See, she's retiring. A decision to make. Oh my goodness, I wish. If there was a decision in these past 2 games, true fashion, it'd be a fake choice. Stay! Don't stay! You decide don't stay. He flounders, then says stay. And that's it then, right? Back at the docks. 7th of November. They wasted no time. Destroy the entire court system, then flee the country. Oh, you know what? If the Ultras gonna miss each other so badly, Sholmes and Iris could always visit Japan. We could host them. Show them about, introduce them to local teas, local cooking. They could have adventures for old time's sake out in the East. More mysteries to solve.
Susato-san.
Hey, voice is back.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Acting like she's not
Actually,
coming with.
I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks.
See, always best friends. And Naruhodo had his doubts, like, who was this new Kazuma? Always been your Kazuma. He's never stopped being your friend.
To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But
But you tore up her courts. That's also admirable. You tore up something in here.
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But we're both defense lawyers, so
Well, he was greedy with the swords. He took his back, didn't give us the other, but he did allow us to safeguard his family's Japanese spirit in sword form for so long. That's kind of like a cup ceremony. It's like sharing drinks.
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Again, careful with favors. Every single time somebody asks for a favor, somebody's going to die. Favors are dangerous things to ask for. Is this it?
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
You know, there you go. We are given the sword. We are best friends after all.
Kazuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days.
So that is the sword ship in the box. Just frustrated, lashed out, went for the box into the person, but close.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Resolved again.
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Yeah. Like we're gonna say no to a cool sword.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then.
Yeah.
You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Sword exchange ceremony complete. We're officially soul brothers.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Oh, don't go all make on us. You've been strong in the courtroom.
What?
There's no weakness in Suzato-san.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
The touch of romance in Kazuma and Naruhodo exchanging swords.
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
See,
You mean you
romance.
knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you?
Well, again, she is a defense's judiciary assistant. She can't exactly help the prosecution, can she? That's not her class.
Well, what are his feelings?
What are his feelings? Oh, then there's a ship tease at the ship.
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him.
Aww.
Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Best friend's permission?
Of course.
Well, they've already been living together for what, 8 months? It's a bit late.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me.
That
Together we can
sounds
take
like
on
the
the
proposal.
world.
That's proposal language.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Terribly incompetent. Says the girl who keeps the encyclopedia of everything in her sleeve. Who successfully defended. In court as well. Herself.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
That delivery.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san.
I like these
There's
voice
no time.
actors.
The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Incompetent she calls herself, and yet.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Are they actually good at cross swords? Oh, you know, it is definitely not. That definitely counts as all sorts of conflict of interest at the minimum. improper fractalization, plus she's 16.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
Also, proposal
I've been
language.
waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
They're
And
both
Mr.
still
Schultz,
waiting.
thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
It's been so long since hearing Sholmes' voice way back in case, was it 3? And not much since then that his voice is like surprising to my ears now.
Especially when I visit you in your country.
So they are going to visit. Well, there you go then.
The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
A brief parting.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
And they never met again, since no further Great Ace Attorney games made, I don't think.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection. Hold it.
Come, the game is afoot.
For that.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Okay. Now I gotta
Until
pee.
we meet again, Runo.
Oh, it's 7 hours, so I gotta pee. Enjoy the credits. I'll be right back. Gregson something, but missed it. Oh well. He does look less gray. There's more of an apricot tone to him and less of that ashiness that usually followed Van Zieg's The Reaper. Toby! Toby needs a whole game of his own. Where's Toby's game? Like Nintendogs, but it's just Toby. Gregson, but you're dead! He was one job away from retirement. Oh, Waga's got little kittens! Oh my goodness! Oh, that's right, they mentioned that. Because he brought pets aboard and got in trouble. Wow. Wow, gory. Nope, can't do it. Barack can't save you now. He's got uncle money being spent. Can't bail out his himbo twink buddy forever. So it was the Lord Chief Justice himself that gave you permission to examine the face? Huh. I'm surprised he allowed that. Even for the two spells, cute as she is. Also, simultaneously amazed and shocked at Peppino and Diurso's really kinky relationship. by not just any great detective. 8 title drop. Still maintaining that Shonen Zero worship. He's filled in the other eye. It's actually happened. And they had Wakahai for the ending. Good and proper. It wouldn't be complete without Wakahai. And credits like last time. Walking along, making friends, leaving friends behind. Well, these are good games. The first half was a bit on the slow side. Tutorial, full case and over. But they really did work together, better, as one whole product. Which is why, even though I was really lusting for these games for the past half decade, I'm kind of glad they didn't come out until now. Because while I do love the game that I played today, for like almost this whole month, I can't imagine being as satisfied buying half of the game at full price in 2015, and then again in 2017. So it does work out better this way, in a way. Especially since, what was it, 2012 to 2016 gave us so many Ace Attorney releases in the West. So I guess in hindsight, I am pretty happy that we got this 6 years later as a complete bundle for the price of one. But good game, just like every other Ace Attorney. There hasn't been an Ace Attorney game I haven't enjoyed playing yet. Were a few tricky moments, some fair, some italicized tricky. But otherwise fond of this experience. This was what, 2017, right? For the second game? So it's only been 4 years. I don't believe we've had one since. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's dead. 4 years ago they released this. Really not that long ago. So, could safely say they still got it. But of course, Rad Gamely. When the credits are done, I'm gonna be calling it myself. Thanks for dropping in. Really appreciated it, and do enjoy your sleep. Dancing Mikotoba, dancing holographic shows. The Great Disappointment, Jigoku. Gregson, okay, complex character. Forced into it, had his soft spot, wanted to run away from that life. But Jigoku, that is also a trail. He was so charismatic. Ace Attorney games have always had judges, but they give so much personality and character and relationship with the rest of the cast in Jigoku. And then he ends up being dirty. Really breaks my heart. I'm only a little bit sad that the conclusion didn't lead us full circle to a final court case in Japan. Maybe extraditing the Chief Justice to answer for his crimes on the Japanese soil by way of bread, but oh well. Good final trial too. Achievement. The Risen Resolve. The Risen Resolve? What does this have to do with Tree Sap? So close to completion. Really, never experienced one of these games. Oh my goodness, they've all been fantastic. The first 3 games have been released on everything, basically as a trilogy. It's on Steam, it's on iOS, it's on Android, it's on the Switch, it's on everything. But every game thereafter too has been fun. It's kind of a shame, but there were some really good ones on the 3DS that were only released in the West as 3DS digital releases. So I don't know about the accessibility of getting those. But I could wholeheartedly recommend any Ace Attorney game, and you'll have fun with it. They get ridiculous at times. Sometimes they twist your brain around, but they're all good fun. But so close to full completion. Missed 1 in episode 4 of the first game. Sholmes' suite with Susato and Iris having heard the Wilson topic, then go back and re-examine the blackboard. That's what caught me up. Mystery accolade of the final case, because Skulkin brothers are there. Something about the Skulkin brothers. Something about Kuruma. Maybe these are 100% completion accolades for the rest. Because I missed 1 in the first game to find the milliner. Missed 1 in the second game, erroneously answering Sholmes' question about who might have something. So maybe these aren't find out something with the Skulkin brothers, find something with Kuruma. Maybe it's as basic as finish this, finish that, 100% for game 1, get, 100% for game 2, get, then get final blackboard, then 100% completion? Maybe. Either way, this incredible game is finally finished. It's 5:30 here. It's been 7.5 hours of stream time. So I'm gonna call that stream. I'm not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow though, or for the rest of the week. Might take the day off, or might start right away with, what is it? Extra Power, Attack of Dark Force. Because that is set in the queue too. But it's a long one. It might possibly be just as long as this game, or even longer. We'll have to see. There are many video games and many things we could enjoy. Plenty of people online, and plenty of people playing Great Ace Attorney. Are there any more animals? We've rated a goat, we've rated a possum. Not seeing any outlandish animal avatars this time. Let me see who to toss a tiny little raid onto. Hey, there's me. Oh, there's a cat. There's someone with a picture of a cat as their avatar. Case 1.2. Looks like Lost Leader has just discovered Shomes on the boat. And that's always good time. Full on deductions chapter. All Shomes all the time. So I guess I'll toss you guys on over to Lost Leader Direction for a final Great Ace Attorney raid. Thanks for hanging. This has been an adventure. It's a bit of a long-winded series, but it's good, it's worth it. So it means a lot to share the fun. Enjoy the rest of your nights, the rest of your day, whichever time it is there. And whenever I stream again, whenever it is. Whenever that is. See you guys then. And until then, take care of yourselves, have fun, and see you folks around.